not over till Mike has the last immediately following the game.
I mean, now's the time you have to push even harder.
The Mike Holmgren Show, tonight after the game. Sponsored by your Northwest Toyota dealer. Toyota, moving forward.
This week on King 5 News Up Front, Walmart. How much is the big chain costing state taxpayers? On the eve of a new state legislature, the debate returns over health care. Should the state force Walmart to pay up?
Up Front with Robert Mack on King 5. The Mike Holmgren Show, right after the game on King 5.
And that is the ball game for the Seahawks. The Pittsburgh Steelers have won Super Bowl 40. The magic carpet ride for the Seattle Seahawks ends here in Detroit.
We've been waiting all year for this.
Let's play.
Let's go today. We know what we got to do. Let's go ahead and do it. Win this game. Win to go home, baby.
All right, wild night, what to do? NFL playoffs are coming at you. You love the pressure, we love it too. Hey Jack, it's a fact, winners split town. Last team standing wears the champion's crown. Alan John will make you crank up the sound. The NFL's best have come to play. For every fan, there's just one thing left to say. I've been waiting all season for a wild card fight. Lay it on the line just to get through the night. More than a game, it's every fan's right. 'Cause I've been waiting all season for a wild card fight.
They're going to give it to Alexander. He's going to get it. Touchdown. Big run. Jones on a draw. What a call. Touchdown Dallas.
Wild card playoffs on NBC. A do or die game you have to see. Don't need a ticket, all you need's a TV. The postseason rocks on NBC.
It's 44 degrees on the Seattle waterfront. And at the southern edge of downtown sits the most intimate of the newer stadiums in the NFL and probably the noisiest. And they're in full throat already at Quest Field as out onto the field come their NFC West champions, Seattle Seahawks, ready to take on Tony Romo and the Dallas Cowboys in this NFC Wild Card playoff game. Al Michaels with John Madden, Andrew Kramer, welcome to Seattle. And I know every season we seem to say in postseason it's wide open. Never more so than it's been this year coming into the NFC playoffs. Every team in this conference has big issues, starting with number 1 seed Chicago. These two teams certainly do. They each finished with a record of 9-7. Each staggers into the playoffs having lost 3 or 4. But one thing is for sure, one team wins tonight, and that team will go to either New Orleans or Chicago next weekend, and then who knows what can happen. John, as you look at these two teams, which would be better positioned to reel off 3 wins in a row and get to Miami on February the 4th?
You know, it's going to be tough for both of them, but if you had to pick one team, you'd pick the Seattle Seahawks, and if you had to say what is that one reason, it would be the veteran quarterback, Matt Hasselbeck. I mean, he's a guy who has playoff experience. You have to remember, he was just in the Super Bowl last year, so he brings that experience to this game, but he has to play like he did last year, and last year's MVP, Sean Alexander, has to play like he did last year because they do have some problems with injuries on defense.
They take on the Cowboys. Now, the Cowboys looked as if they might be the number 2 seed in the conference about 5 weeks ago. How do the Cowboys get back to being the Cowboys of November instead of the Cowboys of December?
Yeah, I think they have to get off to a good start here, especially defense. You know, their defense has had big plays thrown against them, and they've lost a little confidence. But you can get it back in a game. Get it back by starting off. You get a big play early on defense, and then on offense, Tony Romo has to play the way he did a month ago. I think that, you know, maybe as Bill Parcells said, it wasn't that he doesn't have confidence. Maybe he's overconfident, and I thought he was a little careless with the ball. Last week he had 4 fumbles. He has to eliminate those things and play like the Tony Romo of a month ago.
All right, right now let's get an infirmary report. Down to the field we go. And welcome in Andrea Kramer. Andrea.
Well, actually, good news for the Seahawks, Al. They will have the services of wide receivers Darrell Jackson, who missed the last 3 games with a hyperextended toe, and DJ Hackett. Hackett has had a hip flexor injury, but he ran so well in pregame warmups that he will play. They'll also have guards Chris Gray and Floyd Womack. Now, quarterback Matt Hasselbeck is thrilled to have his 2 wide receivers, but he told me the big challenge is they haven't practiced together all week. He said they'll have to just draw on past experience. But hey, it's the playoffs. Time for all the stars to shine.
Pressure is simple. You make plays.
This is why you play the game. This is the best time of the year right now.
To me, the best part about the postseason is just the energy that filters from the entire city down to you as an individual player.
It's a single elimination. Somehow, some way, just knowing that this could be your last game, it's a great motivator.
The dream is still alive. Someday it will come true. And this country, it belongs to folks like me and you. So let the voice of freedom sing out through this land. This is our country.
This is our truck. The 2007 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. The all-new Chevy Silverado.
Only Sprint has a network powerful enough to let you follow the NFL playoffs wherever you go. Watch the drama unfold all the way to Super Bowl 41 with NFL Network, live on Sprint TV. Get 24/7 pre- and post-game analysis of every NFL playoff game, plus NFL Total Access, NFL Red Zone, and more. For a limited time, get the only Moto Razor with exclusive access to the NFL for $49.99. Sprint. Power up.
It was a nightmare. I was away on business and my wife called. Someone had broken into our house. We got lucky. They just wanted our things. What if the guy had still been there? I've never...
Florida State earlier in the week.
Well, you know, Hubert, as Jay said, you're talking about the best 6-man. Rivers has had 16 consecutive games. And
isn't that what insurance is supposed to do? Farmers, get you back where you belong.
NBC Sports welcomes you to the following presentation of the National Football League.
One of the traditions for the Seattle Seahawks is the raising of the 12th man flag. Somebody different does it every week. This week it's Marcus Trufant, cornerback. He's their best cornerback, but one of the guys who is hurt can't play tonight. They hope to have him back if they advance to a game next week. There is the raising of the flag, the crowd roaring as it always does at Quest Field. It is a great sight. It's one of the best scenes in the NFL, John.
You know, doesn't this just feel like playoff football? You know, they talk about how when you get into playoffs, the intensity rises. It does in the players, but I also feel it does in the crowd.
The Cowboys in the playoffs for the first time since the 93 season. Nate Burleson is back to receive. You've got Martin Gramatica, who was picked up in mid-year after they released Mike Vanderjagt, and the game is underway, and the kick will bound out of bounds at the 1, which means they'll get it at the 40. So a calculated gamble because if it goes into the end zone,
Seattle's ball at 40-yard line.
It's a touchback. So Hasselbeck will start at the 40. The Seahawks in the playoffs now for the 4th consecutive year. Hasselbeck wrenched his knee, missed 4 games. The knee is fine, then cracked the bone in his left hand. Seneca Wallace is his backup, and Wallace is going to begin the game as a wide receiver, something they've done before. So an interesting little twist right at the outset. And Hasselbeck on first down. Throws, Wallace makes the catch. Some coaches become more conservative in postseason. Others say, we'll do anything.
And that's Mike Holmgren. You know, it's been one of those things that You know, he knows that Seneca Wallace could be a heck of a wide receiver for him. He could be a heck of a kick returner. He could be all those things, but he's also your backup quarterback, so you don't want to take the risk. You get into playoffs, and you say, what the heck?
2nd and 4 split backs, and that pass is broken up by their number 1 draft choice, Bobby Carpenter, as we take a look at the Seattle offense.
Matt Hasselbeck, Boston College.
Sean Alexander, Alabama. Max Strong, Georgia.
Deion Branch, the University of Louisville.
Bobby Ingram, Penn State.
Jeremy Stevens, UW. Walter Jones, Florida State. Rob Sims, Ohio State University.
Chris Spencer, Ole Miss.
Chris Gray, Auburn. Sean Locklear, NC State.
Jones, the perennial Pro Bowler, and on 3rd and 4, that pass is caught by Deion Branch, the former New England Patriot. Had a contract dispute with the Patriots and wound up getting traded to Seattle at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, we're talking about the Cowboys and how defensively they had to make a big play early. They had to make a play on 3rd down. Seattle knows this. They got great field position. They hit a Seneca Wallace, and they hit Deion Branch on the first down for a first down.
Aaron Glenn was covering on the play. Now Sean Alexander, last year's MVP and a rushing leader for a gain of 1. Here's the Dallas D.
Marcus Spears, Louisiana State. Jason Ferguson, Georgia. Chris Canty, Virginia. Bobby Carpenter, The Ohio State.
Brady James, LSU.
Aiken Adele, Purdue. DeMarcus Ware, Troy.
Terrence Newman, Kansas State.
Roy Williams, Oklahoma. Patrick Watkins, Florida State.
Anthony Henry, South Florida.
A defense that's been lit up over the last 4 weeks, and his movement up front, and you've got a false start against Seattle. Walter Jones was moving.
Number 71, offense, 5-yard penalty. It's still 2nd down.
You see a ton of false starts in the stadium, but very rarely against the home team.
Right, it's supposed to be for the other guys, and that was an interesting alignment. You know, there's going to be a great matchup between Walter Jones, number 71 there, one of the top offensive linemen in football, and DeMarcus Ware, a good pass rusher. But on that last play and on this play, DeMarcus Ware is lined up on the other side. Here's DeMarcus Ware on this side. Walter Jones, of course, is the tackle on that side.
2nd down and 14. They send Alexander in motion, and the pass is caught by Bobby Ingram, who gets inside the 20 to the 11-yard line. Bobby Ingram missed half the season with a thyroid condition. In the hospital a lot. It took everything he could muster up to get his strength back, and here he is in the playoffs picking up 36 on the receiving end of this pass.
You know, and he's just one of those guys that is a great inside slot receiver. You know, you get him in there in the slot, and he could run that in, he could run the out, he could run those possession-type passes, and I always thought Bobby Ingram was one of the best at that.
And there's Alexander taken down by Roy Williams, the safety, coming up. Knocks him down after a gain of 1. It will be 2nd down and make it 8.
Yeah, we're talking about DeMarcus Ware. We see him right here. He was the guy that was on Bobby Ingram on that play. Now, that's a zone. I mean, he wasn't playing a man-for-man, but his alignment has stretched him out and got him out there. I think on a passing situation, DeMarcus Ware has to be a pass rusher, because if you're the Cowboys, he's your only one.
They empty the backfield with Alexander in motion on 2nd down and 8. That pass is caught by Deion Branch, and he's taken down at the 5-yard line by Brady James, the linebacker, number 56, and that will make it 3rd down and 3 at the Cowboy 5 on the opening drive of the game.
Now, we were watching Matt Hasselbeck in practice the other day, and he looked so efficient. He was as close to perfect in practice as a quarterback can be, and it looks like in this game, on this first drive, he's just carrying that over.
He's 4 out of 5. They take Alexander out of the game. His backup is Maurice Morris. He's in there on 3rd down and 3 from the 5. Williams changing sides defensively, and Hasselbeck's going to take a timeout. He'll talk it over before we come back to a 3rd and 3 at the Dallas 5. No score in this NFC wildcard playoff game.
Oh, honey, I told the neighbors we'd feed their pets while they're away.
Oh, okay, sweetie. Oh, no. Ooh.
Want to get away? Now you can. Go to Southwest.com for Southwest Airlines $49 to $159 internet specials to 63 destinations nationwide. Purchased by January 22nd.
You are now free to move about the country.
Time has come to. There's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back the world.
The war in Europe is over. The unconditional surrender.
This is our country.
After 89 years in the making, this is our truck. The all-new 2007 Silverado from Chevy. The most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
This is our country.
This NFC Wildcard Playoff game brought to you by Southwest Airlines, proud sponsor of the NFL and official airline of Super Bowl 41. By Verizon Wireless. By Subway Restaurant, Subway Eat Fresh. And by Budweiser Select Brewed longer for a bold taste that finishes clean. Expect everything. Hasselbeck might have been expecting something else. That's why he took the timeout. Now they line up with Alexander and Strong in the backfield. Alexander goes in motion. It's 3rd and 3 from the 5-yard line. And Hasselbeck throws, and the pass is broken up. Intended for Burleson, and that's Anthony Henry, who's been picked on a lot by Dallas opponents down the stretch, breaking up the play and forcing a field goal attempt.
Yeah, and Anthony Henry played that one very well. You go motion away, see, and you get the single side here, and that's where you try and run the slant. Anthony Henry is turned, looking in, watching Hasselbeck all the way, and he gets a jump and gets that right arm in there to knock the ball down.
Josh Brown, 23-yard field goal attempt for maybe the most valuable of all the Seahawks this year. 4 game-winning field goals. Seattle leading 3-0.
Somebody bring me a Diet Pepsi, but don't shake it this time.
I get a Diet Pepsi. I get a Diet Pepsi.
Nobody comes to our house and doesn't bring Diet Pepsi. Nobody. You drank my Diet Pepsi.
So
that's not nice.
Time out! Time out! The Diet Pepsi truck just got here.
I just wanted one cold Diet Pepsi. Is that too much to ask for?
Nobody asked me if I wanted the Diet Pepsi.
These classic moments brought to you by Diet Pepsi.
It feels pretty stable.
Yeah. It's a lot better today than yesterday.
Let's see how it feels.
Okay.
All right. Dislocation. Yeah, we're going to have to pop it back in. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
You wouldn't make it in pro football, but you can get inside with VCast. Download Madden's weekly game reports, get scores, stats, and more exclusively from Verizon Wireless. It's the network.
Just gives me the feeling like she's not listening to me.
Have you tried not saying every other word?
What?
Remember your ski trip story?
Yeah.
I was going down the hill and there was a crowd and
come on, that's
and I was
not me.
Stuff either happens or it doesn't.
Holy.
Tomorrow, The Apprentice LA finally arrives with a big twist.
The winning team will live in a mansion. The losing team, intense.
Critics from People to Entertainment Weekly love the new twist. The Apprentice LA, tomorrow, 9:30, 8:30 Central on NBC.
About 20 after 5 in the Northwest, downtown Seattle, right off Elliott Bay. Bill Parcells ending his 4th season as the coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Mike Holmgren has now been with Seattle longer than he was at Green Bay. 7 years with the Packers, long enough to have a street named after him outside Lambeau Field. Now 8 years with Seattle. It's 3-0 Seahawks. The kickoff is fielded at the 1-yard line by Miles Austin. And Austin gets taken down up at the 25-yard line by Lance Laurie. Tony Romo coming out, and let's take a look at the Dallas offense.
Tony Romo, Eastern Illinois.
Julius Jones, Notre Dame.
Oliver Hoyt, NC State. Terrell Owens, Tennessee Chattanooga.
Terry Glenn, The Ohio State University.
Jason Witten, Tennessee.
Flozell Adams, Michigan State.
Kyle Kozar, Arizona State.
Andre Gerard, Colorado.
Marco Rivera, Penn State.
Mark Colombo, Boston College.
That Dallas offensive line has played together the entire season. No changes for the interior five. Quite in contrast to Seattle. This is Jones picking up 4. Let's take a look at the Seattle defense.
Bryce Fisher, U.S. Air Force Academy.
Chuck Darby, South Carolina State. Rocky Bernard, Texas A&M.
Grant Wistrom, Nebraska. Leroy Hill, Clemson.
Lof Tupu, USC.
Julian Peterson, Michigan State.
Jordan Babineau, Southern Arkansas.
Michael Bower, Florida State.
Ken Hamlin, Arkansas Razorbacks.
Kelly Jennings, U.
Kelly Jennings, their top draft choice out of the University of Miami at 2nd down and 7 now. The Cowboys' second play is another run by Jones, and Jones picks up a first down as he takes it out to the 36-yard line. Jones out of Notre Dame. He's been sharing time with Marion Barber in the backfield, but you go back to 2 years ago, he ran for 198 yards in this stadium on a Monday night against the Seahawks.
You know, and Bill Parcells loves using 2 backs, and in fact, he says, I'd like to have a third. And, you know, it's not the thing, you know, should Julius Jones play or Marion Barber? He says there's plenty of running and plenty of playing for both of them. They have 4 wide receivers now, empty backfield.
And Romo to take this out of the shotgun after 2 Jones runs gets them started. Romo, who's been starting since late October, that pass is thrown low, intended for Patrick Creighton. Now, the one thing that everybody, as far as Dallas is concerned, knows about is the cornerback situation. You're taking a look at Jordan Babineau, who's been a corner or safety and now a corner again, and there is their number 1 draft choice, Jennings, who's been the nickel back, meaning he'd been playing when they went to 5 or 6 defensive backs. Now he's going to have to play just about the entire game.
So you can see they're going to play a lot of cover too. You know, where both the corners are up, the safeties are off, and they have the middle linebacker playing way deep. Tupu that time was about 15 yards deep in his alignment. So you say, why are they doing that? Because they're staying in base defense, because they don't want to go to nickel or dime, because if you don't have 2 corners, where are you going to get that 3rd and 4th? Look where the middle linebacker, Lofa Tupu, is. He's playing back there like a free safety. So they have a cover 2, both corners up, both safeties deep, and then the middle linebacker deep.
And there's Pete Hunter, who comes into the game, hasn't played at all this year. A week ago tonight, he was watching a football game on television and then went bowling. Here he is in the playoffs. 3rd down and 10. And the pass is caught, and this is Glenn, who dropped the last pass. It was close to being a fumble, and that is Pete Hunter. So they go right to work on number 29, who is a former Dallas Cowboy, but hadn't played this year, and lives about a mile from the Cowboy complex and was working as a loan officer.
Yeah, that's Pete Hunter there. He's number 29, and you can see that, you know, he gets caught up there a little confused and doesn't get off a block. But if Tony Romo has time, and the Seattle Seahawks only had a 3-man rush that time, he'll do this to them all night.
18-yard gain. Now back to the ground. And Jones plows ahead to the 44-yard line with 8:45 to go in the opening period. It'll be 2nd down and 8.
You know, and that's where the Cowboys have to win the battle, is in the middle there with their center, Andre Gerard, Marco Rivera, the right guard, Kyle Kozar, the left guard, because when they've had problems, they've been a little soft in the middle on pass rush, and Tony Romo's been getting that push up the middle so he can't step up. This middle area has to control the middle of Seattle Seahawks defense, and they're doing it.
2nd and 8, and they give it to Jones again at the 40. Just to frame what's going on with the Seattle secondary, they're minus their 1st, 2nd, and 4th corners. Trufant, a number 1 pick in 03. Herndon was the guy who ran an interception back in the Super Bowl last year. And Jimmy Williams would have been their 4th guy. So Babineau now has to move from safety to corner. Jennings, as I say, goes from nickel back to the regular right cornerback. And Hunter gets off his couch and he's in the playoffs.
And there he is right there. Again, this will be a zone-type coverage, I would expect.
3rd and 4. Romo in the pocket, then floats one, and it's incomplete, intended for Owens. So the first time they go to Owens, Jordan Babineau staying right with him, got a hand on it, and the Cowboys are forced to punt.
Yeah, one of the key words you said there, was float, and that's the thing that you don't want to do. You'll see Terrell Owens there is the inside receiver on the slot, and I think that's a good move to put him there and let him run crossing patterns. Look up on top there, Glenn on Hunter. That is probably where Tony Romo should have been looking.
And probably will the next time they have the ball. Matt McBriar had a phenomenal year, highest punting average in 43 seasons, but that one will bound into the end zone, and Seattle will take it at the 20 when they come out. 7 minutes, 22 seconds remaining in the opening quarter. 3-0 Seahawks.
The dream's still alive, someday it will come true. And this country, it belongs to folks like me and you. So let the voice of freedom sing out through this land. This is our country.
This is our truck. The 2007 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. The all-new Chevy Silverado.
They play harder. They work longer. They wear the Bengay patch. Deep penetrating Bengay heat for up to 8 hours. What can the patch do for you? Bengay heat, stronger than pain.
$2.99. Expect more from a value meal. $2.99. Get Wendy's new Crispy Chicken Deluxe with all white meat, or the Double Junior Cheeseburger Deluxe with fries and a drink for just $2.99 every day. Do what tastes right.
Okay, guys, check this out. Ran the numbers. It looks like if you insure your car and your home with us, this is how much money we're going to save you.
That's what I'm talking about, baby! Yes! Oh,
Yeah! State Farm's got football fever. It's a good rate. You'll get it too. To see how your car and home can save you money, call an agent or visit statefarm.com.
This is our final football game on NBC for the season. So the NHL takes over next week on NBC, the game of the week. Regional action. Penguins meeting the Flyers in one of those games. Sidney Crosby in action. NHL on NBC starting next Saturday. From the 20 now, Seattle starts its second drive. Hasselbeck off the play fake. Had that one tipped, and it is intercepted at the 39-yard line. Picked off by Anthony Henry. So the Seahawks on their first play following the change of possession give it up, and Dallas will start in Seattle territory.
You know, and that's exactly what the Dallas Cowboy defense needed. They needed to come up with a big play early in this game. You know, we talked about how they haven't been playing well, and we talked about how they haven't had a lot of confidence. They get a good pass rush there, make Hasselbeck throw it when he doesn't want to. Look at how that ball comes out of there. When it comes out like that, it should be intercepted, and it was by Anthony Henry.
Pressure put on by Coleman. Ball at the 43-yard line. Romo goes right back to work to the left side. This is Owens. Owens breaks the tackle. Owens has a first down. Owens gets to the 29. Got away from Kelly Jennings and turns it into a gain of about 14.
You know, and this is where Terrell Owens is so good. He's big and strong, and to run after the catch. Now, he's going to drop some because he's always thinking of breaking a run. He's thinking of turning. He's thinking of getting the ball up the field. There are receivers that want to catch a ball and go down. There are receivers that want to catch the ball and go to the end zone. Terrell Owens is a ladder.
Owens left, Glenn right. Jones the running back. from the 29 against the four-man front. Jones will try to cut it back and runs into four Seahawks, including Darryl Tapp, number 55. Tony Romo took over as the starter at the end of October in a Sunday night game at Carolina. Great numbers to his first 5 starts. A lot different in his last 5. As Bill Parcells said to us last night, he said he's listening a lot better than he did 3 weeks ago. He belongs to me again.
I think after that game last week against Detroit, I think he became a big-time listener.
2nd and 11 from the 31. Screen, Jones, and cutting through to break it up is Julian Peterson, acquired from the 49ers. He'll go to the Pro Bowl, and one of the reasons plays like that.
I'm not sure that I'd be testing Julian Peterson with screen passes. I mean, you have that secondary out there. Why not keep going after him? I mean, you can spread them out. They're trying to play cover 2 in zone. I don't know that you have to do this. I mean, Julian Peterson is one of their best players. Julian Peterson will make that play. The area that they have problems is in their secondary, specifically their cornerbacks. That's where you have to go to work.
Barber's in the game, top of the screen. That's Pete Hunter back in the game, facing Glenn. And a safety coming over to help out. Romo looking straight down the middle, then rolling left, directing traffic, throwing, and that's incomplete. Intended for Owens, who is set up at about the 11-yard line, covered there by the safety, Ken Hamlin. So they pick up 1 first down, and that's all. And now they're in a position where it'll be a long field goal attempt for Gramatica on a night when it's a little windy, but it shouldn't have much effect down in the field before the game. Not really buffeting. Maybe an 8 or 9 mile an hour wind, but a 50-yard attempt here for Gramatica. Picked up in the middle of the year, and the kick is good. So the teams exchange field goals to this point in the game. 4:50 left in the quarter.
Because financial solutions have no borders or boundaries, UBS operates in only 2 locations. Everywhere. And right next to you. You and us. UBS.
Hey guys, printer's out of ink.
Just shake it.
Out of ink? Get $3 off your total purchase with any empty ink cartridge from these brands. Staples, that was easy.
She is the team mom. Her boys are big, so she's big on Campbell's Chunky. Hearty meals to feed an NFL-sized hunger. Team mom, we salute you. Campbell's Chunky, deals that fill you up right.
Dodge Ram, the longest-lasting, most durable line of full-size pickups.
Why do we love the Golden Globes? Because it's the wildest and most glamorous party of the year. The Golden Globe Awards, live 1 week from Monday on NBC.
All right, I just got bleeped.
So, John, if I'm playing third base and you're playing shortstop, how many ground balls you think could get between us over the course of a season?
I don't know. My name is in a place my body's never been. Has your body ever been a third baseman? I mean, you're a left-hander. You couldn't
right. I throw lefty. That would be a little difficult.
Yeah.
Just reverse, but we thank the folks at Safeco Field, right across the parking lot, the home of the Mariners. The kickoff comes to the 5-yard line. Nate Burleson will take it from there and bring it back to the 29-yard line. And Seattle ready for its third possession. 4:45 remaining in the quarter. 3-3 in Seattle.
I'm Anthony McCants, and here's my story. I like to play basketball with my son for fun. I play mind games with him, and I tell him, you can't shoot from outside. You can't take me straight up. I got arthritis about 10 years ago. A friend told me about Aleve. I said, what the heck? Let me try it. It made me feel so much better. When you find something that works for you, you stick with it. My son has no idea that I'm taking Aleve. If he did, he would say that Aleve helped me win the game. He's a sore loser like his mother.
Always on, always up to the minute. King5.com. When news breaks, King5.com features immediate and continuous updates with more streaming video and online exclusives from the Northwest's most trusted news source. While some other local news sites make you wait until the story is broadcast or printed, King5.com features the latest information as it's available. King5.com. Always on, always up to the minute.
Garrett here with the champ John Cena. Everyone knows Subway restaurants for delicious low-fat subs, like the 6-inch Subway Club. Order a foot long, and it's still less than half the fat of a McDonald's Big Mac. The real surprise, it's got twice the meat, so it fills me up without slowing me down. Wow. Less fat, more meat. Less fat, more meat. The delicious foot-long Subway Club. Less than half the fat of a McDonald's Big Mac, but twice the meat. Subway, eat fresh!
Tomorrow, a unique TV competition where you choose the stars of the new Broadway production of Grease.
Tell me about it, Steph.
You're the One That I Want premieres tomorrow at 8/7 Central on NBC.
Go into the game feeling like this is the biggest game of your life, you're probably not going to play that great. If you go into the game saying, hey, I'm going to have fun like I did in high school, go out and just have fun with my friends, go out and play some football, you're probably going to play better.
And the Hasselbeck family is here in force. Betsy, his mom, Sarah, his wife, and Father Don played tight end for New England for 9 seasons. As Alexander, around the left side, takes it across the 30. And so most of his childhood he was in New England. At one point he was a ball boy for Bill Parcells, and he wound up playing his college football at Boston College.
Yeah, and Bill says that, Matt always kind of softens him up before a game. He comes up to him and says, hey, my mom said to say hello. Parcells said, what do you do to that? I mean, here you are, you're a tough, gruff coach, and he said that his mom was one of his favorite people, and Don Hasselbeck was one of his favorite players.
And that's Bobby Carpenter. And speaking of fathers and sons, Rob Carpenter is Bobby's father. Rob played for Bill Parcells with the Giants. They drafted Bobby out of Ohio State #1, and just within the past couple of weeks has he become a starter.
And you're going to see he's off the line there, and then he comes from the outside right here. And again, you get the pass rush, and then when he turns to throw, if you're not there, just get your hand up. Bill Parcells says Bobby Carpenter is starting at the outside linebacker now, but eventually will be an inside linebacker.
On 3rd and 7, that pass is too tall, intended for DJ Hackett. The entire Seattle bench looks for a flag. Don't get one. Nathan Jones covering on the play.
You look, and it doesn't look like the timing on these last couple of drives have been real great with Hasselbeck. I mean, one time, of course, he got hit as he threw the ball and he intercepted. And here, but Darrell Jackson didn't practice. We were at practice the other day, and Darrell Jackson didn't practice at all. Really hasn't practiced in 3 weeks. DJ Hackett, who just threw there, wasn't at practice and didn't practice that day on Thursday.
The rookie punter Ryan Plackemeyers had a good year. This one's fielded at the 24-yard line by Terrence Newman. He takes it back to the 41-yard line with 3:50 remaining in the quarter. Now the Dallas defense, which had played very well over the first half of the season, all of a sudden began to leak all kinds of oil over the last 4 games, giving up 33 points a game. You go back to the previous 12 when they gave up just 18 points a game. So they were just lit up by New Orleans, Atlanta, despite the fact they beat Atlanta, Philadelphia, and then last week Detroit. From the 41, Jones to the outside this time. First time he's not run through the middle. Rocky Bernard, number 99, makes the stop.
Terrell Owens said a couple of weeks ago that, you have to get the ball to him early and often, and I've always felt that about him, and I kind of feel it about Terry Glenn, too, that you have two of the top receivers in football, and I think you have to get them involved early, because if you don't, then I think the defense gets confidence that they can cover them, and I think that the receivers lose a little interest in the game.
Especially working against the paced and glued together secondary. And a false start here.
False start, number 76, offense, 5-yard penalty, still second down.
In the 16 regular season games played here over the last 2 years, opponents have been whistled for 50 false starts. So that's about 3 a game.
Yeah, and then that happens in the old success breeds success. So when you know that they're going to do it, then you do it more. And then when it gets, long yardage, now like now, second and long and third and long, that's when it really comes out.
2nd and 13. Romo to the outside and low and short, intended for Glenn. Kelly Jennings with the coverage on that play. And it will now be 3rd down and 13 from the 38.
Romo's made some bad throws. He kind of has to calm down. Remember that one that he threw to Terrell Owens? He kind of lobbed it out there, and it was behind him. And that one there, he got it all the way to him, but on one bounce. And he kind of has to calm down, settle down, because his protection really isn't bad.
3rd and 13. He tries to find his November rhythm.
The Seahawks are in their nickel of 5 defensive backs.
They rush only 3, and then Romo throws into a lot of traffic, and then Witten comes up with the ball, and they're going to rule it a fumble. And a recovery by Seattle. Pete Hunter winds up with the football. Romo jammed it in. Witten makes the catch, but then he fumbles it away.
You're going to see Witten right here. He's the inside receiver on a slot. He comes under there. Has control right there, gets a pretty good hit by Michael Boulware. Number 28 hits him, knocks the ball out right there. Then Pete Hunter, the guy that just signed a week ago, comes up and picks it up.
Leroy Hill hitting him from one side, Michael Boulware from the other. Witten did not fumble either this season or last.
Witten became the bologna in that sandwich.
Yes, he did. 1st and 10. Here's Alexander, and he gets taken down, and that's Bobby Carpenter, who's been a force here on defense in the first quarter with the tackle.
Yeah, I was talking earlier just a little while ago to Ray Rhodes, who was a defensive coordinator, had a stroke and came back, and he's a lesser role now. But he was saying, he said, I think our defense is really going to play hard. He said they've concentrated, they've focused, they know they're an underdog, and he's talking about the secondary, and he said they practiced hard, and he said they're really determined coming into this game. And I think making plays like that last one, you can see what he's talking about.
There's a wagon circling mentality sometimes defensively. Just ask the Colts today. Here's Morris carrying to the 50-yard line. You read all week about how difficult it is, and of course, with the Colts, that was the case coming into this game. Larry Johnson's going to run all over them. And for the Seahawks, it's a little bit of the same. It's like, what are we going to do right now? We're missing all these guys.
Yeah, and I think that the Cowboys can be a little frustrated with that, because you know that they're out there. You know that you have great receivers. That's the strength of your offensive team, and you haven't taken advantage of it yet.
3rd down and 1 now from the Dallas 49-yard line. They give it to Alexander. He cuts it back and picks up the 1st down. Brady James makes the tackle as we tick down to the final minute of the opening quarter.
And I love the way Sean Alexander runs. I mean, he never looks like he's impatient. Patience, wait, and when you see a little crease, just explode through it. There's a little crease, there's the explosion. There's Brady James and Roy Williams. Roy Williams, pretty good hit on him. He kind of turned Sean Alexander around.
And Alexander, who's been hurt, missed 6 games because of the broken foot, running behind an offensive line that keeps changing week to week. Here's Alexander. Remember, 16 regular season games. The Seahawks had 8 different starting combinations along that interior front, as opposed to the Dallas Cowboys who started the same 5 in every game. Only one Seattle offensive lineman started every game, and he goes to the Pro Bowl every year, Walter Jones.
Yeah, and of course, he's beat up too. I mean, it's not, every player in the NFL that's played an entire season is beat up now, but he has a bad ankle and a bad shoulder. And, when I watch film, I just get mesmerized by watching this guy. I mean, he's one of the best today, and he's one of the best I've ever seen.
End of one. 3-3 in Seattle. This wild card playoff resumes after these messages.
Harvesting over 3 billion gallons of fresh water from the sea each year. Water desalination from GE.
Cholesterol. It can come from bow tie pasta, but also from your grandfather Bo. From that pie, creamy banana. And your mom, Juliana. A healthy diet is important. When that's not enough, adding Vytorin can help. Cholesterol comes from 2 sources, food and family. Vytorin treats 2 sources. Only Vytorin helps block the absorption of cholesterol from food and reduces the cholesterol your body makes naturally. Vytorin was also proven in clinical studies to lower bad cholesterol more than Lipitor alone, more than Crestor alone. Vytorin is not for everyone, including people with liver problems, women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. Tell your doctor right away about unexplained muscle pain or weakness, which may be a sign of a rare but serious side effect. Certain medicines or foods may increase your risk of getting this serious side effect. Simple blood tests are needed to check for liver problems. So eat right, stay active, but if that's not enough, ask your doctor about adding Vytorin, 2 sources of cholesterol. Treat them both with Vytorin.
It doesn't matter if you win or lose, as long as you try your best!
Easter Bunny.
Doing the bunny hop.
Are you for real?
You should see my abs. I left them in the car. Spaceships.
So you see this guy, he's just like running like crazy. He goes into his end zone type thing. I'm sorry.
Would somebody please help me out here?
Help us decide which idea would make the best Super Bowl commercial ever. Voting ends this weekend. See the 12 finalists and vote at NFL.com/superad now.
A new era is dawning. A true playoff atmosphere. The first ever FedEx Cup Championship. Coming to NBC.
Yes!
February 3rd.
Larry Johnson again. Another stop of the big Kansas City running back. Touchdown! Delivers to the end zone. Caught for the touchdown by Reggie Wade.
Colts won, which means they go to Baltimore next week. The winner of this game will go to either Chicago or New Orleans. Al Michaels, John Madden, Andrew Kramer. We start the second quarter with a 2nd and 8. Hasselbeck airing it out, and Jackson is there. Aaron Glenn covering on the play, and it's incomplete.
Remember what Jackson did in the Super Bowl last year that drove me crazy? He was running those ups or those goes, and he was running them too close to the sideline. Watch this. Here it is a year later, and he's doing the same thing. He's running right out of bounds. I mean, there's no way. If you look at, you have to give him a point where, as you run it up, you want to run kind of down this line right here, about 5 yards from the sideline, just like this, because then the quarterback can throw it over your outside shoulder.
3rd down and 8. Hasselbeck under pressure. Gets away. Rolling and looking and coming back the other way and looking for anybody, and the pass thrown away. DeMarcus Ware put the heat on. He was able to escape him, but nobody got open. 4th down.
Yeah, and I think that, Matt Hasselbeck knew that, when something like this starts and you see DeMarcus Ware here with the great pass rusher, and then he makes Hasselbeck bring the ball down, then he makes it get out of there. Hasselbeck knows. I mean, all these great quarterbacks or veteran quarterbacks have that clock in their head that says, okay, by now, I just got to throw this thing away.
Blackermeyer, one of the few punters who has been drafted, picked in the 7th round out of Wake Forest, and fair caught at the 8-yard line by Patrick Creighton. First minute, second quarter. The Space Needle, the symbol of Seattle, 3-3 at Quest Field.
I'll have a number 6 meal. Hey, can I change that to a number 9?
Sure. Tired of one-size-fits-all combo meals? Get a Subway fresh value meal for a great price. A delicious sub freshly made just the way you want it. With chips and drink, what a deal. Where freshness meets value, Subway, eat fresh.
Strange going on. Over 1,000 people insist they've seen something in Loch Ness. And yet when science is applied, like this expedition here, what's going on? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Do you see that? Where? Oh my.
Coach Ditka, did you see this new limited edition Coors Light can with the Super Bowl logo?
I think that's what makes it better.
Is that why you always say nothing goes better with the Super Bowl than cold, refreshing Coors Light?
I mean, I didn't say it in those general terms, but I said it like that.
Yeah, Coach, after the last game, why did you say that this guy should switch from bottles to cans?
He very close to breaking 2 of them in that game.
Taste the cold of Coors Light, official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 41.
Coach, how does this guy always get the last donut hole?
He hits the hole so much quicker.
This wildcard playoff game brought to you by Rocky Mountain Refreshing Coors Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. By Circuit City for the hottest new technology. Think Circuit City, just what you needed. By New Men's Rogaine Foam, use it or lose it. And by Toyota, moving forward. That's what the Cowboys will try to do here as they take over deep in their own territory from the 8-yard line. They begin on the ground. Jones played his college ball at Notre Dame. For a gain of 4, we go to Andrea.
Well, I was talking to one of the Cowboys offensive coaches before the game. I said, what are the final reminders that you give Tony Romo? He said, I told him, don't be a hero. Don't think you have to do it all by yourself. Get the ball to the playmakers. Owens, Witten, Glenn. Well, we saw him get the ball to Witten. He just shouldn't have fumbled that ball, but he wants to get the ball into the playmakers' hands.
Owens has caught 1 tonight. 4 completions for Romo to 4 different receivers. On 2nd and 7, Romo throws, and that pass is underthrown because of the pressure intended for the fullback, Oliver Hoyt. Russell Davis, the tackle, put the heat on Romo. It's going to be 3rd down and 7.
You know, and that's where Romo has the problems. I mean, early when he started, he was able to, when pressure came from the outside, he would get inside the pressure and then move out, buy time, and throw the ball up the field. Here, since in the last month, people have been putting the pressure right in his face, just like Russell Davis did that time. Instead of coming inside and letting him step up, not letting him step up.
3rd down and 7, and it's been effective for the defenses over the past month. Romo stepping up, throwing, moving forward, and it's Terrell Owens not making the catch. Incomplete is the call. Hit the ground at the 26-yard line. Romo comes up to plead the case, to no avail.
See, and that's what he was doing earlier that they've really stopped him in the last 4 games doing is when he feels pressure, get up there. You see that hole there? Now get up in that hole, but continue to look upfield and make those plays. Only reason, I mean, he's just a little off target. I mean, he's moving. You know, he's finding that hole, but he just isn't getting the ball there. He has to settle down. I'm sorry.
Matt McBriar from Australia, played his college football at Hawaii, led the league in punting, booms this one into the night sky, and it's dropped out of bounds at the 34-yard line by Nate Burleson. So Seattle will take over there. A minute and a half into the second quarter. 3-3 in this NFC wildcard game.
You're on a mission to get an amazing new TV this year, but you want to be absolutely sure you pick the right one. Circuit City makes it simple.
I guess you're just what I needed.
That's because only Circuit City has a website with thousands of customer reviews that rate all the hot new stuff. Plus, home entertainment experts in our stores who make choosing the right TV a lot simpler. Circuit City.
You're just what I needed.
Now this is real pan pizza.
Sure tastes better than Domino's.
And Papa John's. More toppings, too.
And it's only $10.
I should go. Me too.
It's true. America preferred Pizza Hut pan pizza almost 2-to-1 in a national taste test. And to celebrate, Pizza Hut is offering any pan pizza, any toppings for just $10. Get more of what you love under one roof. Want more taste? Get America's favorite pizza. Pizza Hut.
For decades, certain half-tons came with a 4-speed automatic. You asked for a 6-speed automatic. Happy birthday. Available on the all-new full-size Tundra. Learn more at Toyota.com.
The ring gear on many half-tons out there is this big. The one you want is this big. How you like them apples? Available on the all-new full-size Tundra. Learn more at Toyota.com.
NBC Thursday.
I've been expecting you.
Let's get ready for an all-new Scrubs.
Nice singlet. Does it come in hetero?
All new Scrubs, part of Comedy Night Done Right, Thursday on NBC.
The NFC Wild Card Playoff game from Seattle. The other NFC game tomorrow. Philadelphia taking on the Giants, and that will determine where the winner of this game will go as Hasselbeck throws. And that pass is caught by Deion Branch. If the Giants win, then the winner of this game would go to New Orleans. And if the Giants lose and Philly wins, then the winner of this game goes to Chicago next week. 2nd down and 4 at the 40-yard line.
And neither one of these quarterbacks look like they've settled down, have they? I mean, Tony Romo, his balls are going all over the place, and Hasselbeck doesn't look like he has this thing going yet.
But Alexander does with this run across the 50. 1st down. Anthony Henry makes the tackle at the 48-yard line after a gain of a dozen.
Yeah, and you just think of Sean Alexander. Remember last year he was the league's MVP? You kind of want to get right behind Walter Jones here. He pulls out, he gets on DeMarcus Ware, and when Walter Jones gets on you, he stays on you right there, that extra beat right there, just to let Sean Alexander get by him. Some guys will play, and a defender will get off and make a tackle. Don't get off Walter Jones.
Hasselbeck protected well, and that pass is not caught by Deion Branch, who got in the way momentarily from Henry. 2nd down and 10. That Dallas defense, interesting to note here. You take a look at the Dallas pass defense on or outside the left numbers. Now, when you're a quarterback, you're going against the other side of the defense, but they've been vulnerable over to the quarterback's left, not vulnerable to the quarterback's right. Some of this has to do with Terrence Newman playing on one side and Anthony Henry, who they've been picking on a lot, to the other. But for what it's worth, the opposing quarterbacks have had far more success going to their left against Dallas than to the right. 2nd down and 10. Hasselbeck throwing to the right side, and Ingram makes the catch. And Aaron Glenn makes the tackle, and that will be a 1st down.
You know, one of the things that I've noticed about the Cowboy defense in the last couple of games that we've done, and including here, is they have trouble getting lined up. I mean, they seem to be confused, and you look, here's Morris out there, and no one gets out there. I mean, finally, DeMarcus Ware's out there, but this is happening. I mean, it started, against New Orleans, and then Atlanta did it to him, and then Philadelphia did it to him, and then Detroit did it to him, and now it looks like Seattle is starting to confuse him.
This is Alexander running through the middle, and he gets taken down by Brady James, and the big space heater in the middle, Jason Ferguson.
I think they were kind of exposed against New Orleans. Sean Payton came in, and he had a plan, and that plan was to spread them out, to give them a lot of personnel groups, to use motion, and then I think that everyone else copied him. It looked like Philadelphia did the same plan, Atlanta did the same plan, Detroit, and even here now the Seahawks.
And the irony is, when the season began, if you looked at the strength of the Cowboys, you would have said the defense, and they did play pretty well up until that last month. Now they try to put the finger in the dike. 2nd down and 10 from the 38-yard line, and that would have been a pretty good finger in a dike, but Carpenter couldn't hold on to it.
You know, one of the things the Cowboy defense does on if they don't want to go nickel, what they'll do is they'll put in Aaron Glenn, so they have three corners. Take out the free safety. They'll have Aaron Glenn, Terrence Newman, Anthony Henry. And that's what they were doing on that play there. Bobby Carpenter was just standing right there in the zone, and Matt Hasselbeck threw it right at him.
Bryant's the intended receiver. Carpenter mad at himself for not having what he felt was an easy pick. 3rd and 10 now at the 37. And Hasselbeck's going to take Seattle's second timeout. Dallas 3, Seattle 3.
Hey, Coach Mora! We're gonna throw a playoffs party in my backyard. Big screen TV, lots of cold, refreshing Coors Light.
You kidding me?
No! We're even gonna play touch football with the neighbors.
I don't care who you play.
Coach, there's going to be girls at our party. You think we should talk to them about the playoffs?
Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? Playoffs?
Taste the cold of Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL playoffs.
Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs?
Okay.
Don't talk about it.
I brought it
playoffs?
This Friday, inspired by a true story of the world's most terrifying serial killer. He has claimed over 300 victims. He remains at large. Run! Primeval, rated R, starts Friday.
$2.99. Expect more from a value meal. $2.99. Get Wendy's new Crispy Chicken Deluxe with all white meat, or the Double Junior Cheeseburger Deluxe with fries and a drink for just $2.99 every day. Do what tastes right.
You never know what surprises the holidays will bring. That's why Farmers Insurance is all about getting things back to normal. Isn't that what insurance is supposed to do? Farmers, get you back where you belong.
Tomorrow, the premiere of the new NBC Sunday starts with an all-new Deal or No Deal. Then, it's the premiere of Grease, You're the One That I Want, and the premiere of The Apprentice LA. The new NBC Sunday starts tomorrow, 7, 6 Central on NBC.
Monday on the Today Show, Matt Lauer takes one for the team and learns what it's like to get a hot flash. I just read this stuff, folks. All week long, Today celebrates 55 years on the air. Monday on the Today Show. Look at that sight. Downtown Seattle. And we come to be given green gloves tonight. Seahawk green. 3rd down and 10 after the timeout. The ball is at the 38-yard line. DJ Hackett is split to the left. Hasselbeck stepping up away from the pressure, and the pass is incomplete. And everybody looking for a flag, and they will get one. Jeremy Stevens, the intended receiver. Kevin Burnett. Walt Anderson is the ref.
Holding, number 57, defense. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. 1st down.
You're going to see Kevin Burnett is a linebacker, 57 here, and you see him grab Jeremy Stevens right there. So that was, they could have called pass interference, though, too. I mean, it was holding, but now when the ball's in the air, that should become pass interference.
In either case, it was going to be an automatic 1st down. The ball is at the 32-yard line. Hasselbeck will hand the ball to Alexander. Last year's league MVP through the 27. He's had a fractured foot. He actually fractured it on opening day against Detroit, but played 3 games before they finally had to sit him down for a total of 6. And then he came back, and in his second game back, he ran for over 200 yards against Green Bay.
Remember last year when he was the MVP of the league, the closer you would get to the goal line, the tougher he ran. Remember, he was getting all those touchdowns, and he was a scoring leader and all that. And when he would get in this close, he could just smell that end zone, and he would run over most things in his way.
Play fake to him. Hasselbeck throwing, and that one will wind up out of the end zone. Hackett with the leap, Newman with the coverage on the play, and it will be 3rd down and 5 at the Dallas 27-yard line.
Yeah, and that's what they try and do to DJ Hackett, because he has that height. They try and throw that jump ball up there to him, but that one didn't have the timing. It was off a bootleg, and by the time he got out there, it was kind of a throwaway jump ball.
Hackett with a hip flexor, and he was a guy that they didn't know would play until the deadline, which was 90 minutes before the game. They finally activated him. Didn't know about Bobby Jackson. They activated him today. 3rd down and 5 now from the 27-yard line. Hasselbeck, he's going to take off, but he won't get the first down as he is hit by James, and you're going to get a flag back in the secondary at the 9-yard line for a hold against Dallas, and that's an automatic first down.
Yeah, you can just see Roy Williams there in the frustration.
Number 33, defense, 5-yard penalty, first down.
Nathan Jones.
Nathan Jones is the nickel back, or the 5th defensive back, and he's playing on the slot right here. He's playing against Bobby Ingram. And you see him right there that, I don't know, he had that left hand on his shoulder kind of all the way. He gets a hit by the linebacker there. And the big thing was, that was okay in the first 5 yards. Then after 5 yards, remember, you can't touch him.
Now from the 18, Alexander for a tough 3. Both of the Dallas holding calls have come on 3rd down. So Seattle trying to drive for a go-ahead score. 9:40 to play in the first half.
And remember, last year they were so good in this area inside the 20 in the red zone. And, and the big part of that is having a running back. And the big part of that, again, was Sean Alexander. And when you have that running back, that's the way the Dallas Cowboys were years ago. Remember when Emmitt Smith was running, and they would just get here and run the ball, and then Emmitt would finally take it in the end zone. And the Seattle Seahawks were like that last year, not so much this year.
No backs here on 2nd down and 7. Hasselbeck throwing to the end zone, and Newman got his hands on it to bat it away. Newman had perfect position. Busts up the play, 3rd down and 7. The pass intended for Bobby Ingram.
Yeah, and then they do work a little more on Terrence Newman than you think they do, or maybe they did. I think they caught 2 touchdowns on him last week, so you look like Ingram is going to try it again, because when they go to nickel, Terrence Newman, the corner, goes and he covers the slot. That time he covered him very well.
3rd and 7. Max Strong is the setback. They give it to him on a draw, and the fullback who normally blocks catches a lot of balls, though, and has been around as a Seattle Seahawk for 13 seasons. Comes up short, and then comes Josh Brown to try to make it a 6-3 game.
Yeah, and you hear a few boos. I kind of boo that one, too. I look at a 3rd and 7 or 8 draw to Max Strong as a give-up play. And I think that Matt Hasselbeck, if he's healthy, I think he's too good. And I think your receivers are too good. I don't know that you have to run Max Strong on a draw on that play.
30-yard attempt. Plackemeier puts it down. Brown splits the uprights. 8:23 remaining in the opening half. Seahawks back up on top again, leading Dallas 6-3.
Only Sprint has a network powerful enough to let you follow the NFL playoffs wherever you go. Watch the drama unfold all the way to Super Bowl 41 with NFL Network, live on Sprint TV. Get 24/7 pre- and post-game analysis of every NFL playoff game, plus NFL Total Access, NFL Red Zone, and more. For a limited time, get the only Moto Razor with exclusive access to the NFL for $49.99. Sprint. Power up.
What are you doing?
What if he needs a ride or something?
Did your mother ever tell you not to pick up strangers?
Strangers think I'm trustworthy. Aren't you? No.
What do you want?
All you have to say is 4 little words. I want to die.
From the producers of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The Hitcher. Rated R. Starts January 19th.
You've been looking forward to a celebration this big all year. It's time to indulge in Red Lobster's Big Seafood Festival, a feast we're preparing with new combinations of our biggest, most indulgent seafood, like succulent rock lobster tail and king crab with decadent jumbo shrimp scampi. Or try a combination of 3 of your jumbo shrimp favorites. The bigger the seafood, the bigger the celebration. So come in and feast before it's over. Only at Red Lobster.
Thursday, an all-new ER.
That's with an E for emergency.
A must-see season continues with one big surprise.
The felony charge, Doc.
Thursday on NBC.
This is fresh ahi tuna, and this is what the Seahawks are going to do to Bill Parcells tonight. Yeah! Yeah! Get him!
Turn them into tuna tartare.
Who do you think's eating that piece off the floor?
Somebody's down there doing it.
I always get caught up when they say fresh. What's the opposite of that?
Yeah, exactly right, yeah. And then there's fresh frozen, otherwise known as frozen. Here's the kick. Taken at the 3-yard line. Nathan Jones is back there to the 27-yard line. And what a season it's been. Up and down, back and forth for the Cowboys and Bill Parcells.
Trying to integrate this player into the system. I know the business. I've been in it a long time. They can get the hearses out there if they want to, but I'm not riding in them. We've played our best football here the last month. We've got a ways to go here, so put the anointing oil away. I can't tell you how disappointed I am. I really can't.
Bill Parcells, Mount Everest to Death Valley and back and forth all season long. Here's Romo. And Romo will get sacked at the 18, and it was about Romo that Bill used that anointing oil reference when he said you can put the anointing oil away. Well, right now he's gone from anointing oil to, I think, needing Pennzoil.
Right, and he has to be frustrated seeing that one because that has to be one of those coverage sacks thing that I don't think anyone got open. Or if someone did get open, Tony Romo doesn't see him. I don't know. He looked like he did have a hook there in the middle, but he held the ball a little too long. But by the time he was ready to throw it, there was a defender right in his face.
Bryce Fisher with the sack. 2nd down and 17 from the 19-yard line. They run a draw to Jones. And Julius, the brother of Thomas Jones, up to the 23-yard line. So if Dallas winds up facing Chicago next weekend, you're going to get the Jones boys facing each other.
I think if Dallas is going to wind up there, they're going to have to, kind of settle down because they've gone into this halfway through the second quarter and they haven't established anything offensively. I mean, they just have to settle down and get something going.
Almost 4 of 11 for 49 yards, and Jones a very pedestrian 8 carries for 25 yards, a little more than 3 per tote. Out of the shotgun now on 3rd down and 13. Romo pressured again. Throws on the run, and the pass is incomplete. Moving forward, trying to hit Patrick Creighton. And again, that Seattle secondary pasted and glued together, doing a very good job in the first half.
And one of the things the Seattle Seahawks said, John Marshall, their defensive coordinators, they don't want to let Tony Romo get comfortable. They want to make him move around back there, get out of the, get out of the pocket, get out of his comfort zone. So far, they've done an excellent job at that.
Matt McBriar. Good angle kick, and that one will go out of bounds. Burleson was back there, and they will mark that one somewhere around the 35-yard line. That's exactly where they will put it down. 42-yard punt. Again in the NFC now, the winner of this game going to either Chicago or New Orleans. Chicago is the number 1 seed, so they'll face the lowest seeded team remaining, which means the Giants, clearly if the Giants win tomorrow, otherwise the winner of this game. New Orleans will face the highest seeded team. So Chicago and New Orleans with the byes. Giants meet Philadelphia tomorrow. And for the winner of this game, it's on to next weekend. And for the other, you start thinking about the 2007 season. From the 35-yard line, Hasselback throwing, caught out in the flat by Max Strong to the 41. Tackle there by Aiken Adele. And there was Parcells over there to Tony Romo, now on the phone upstairs.
I'm sure Terrell Owens is telling him where he's open, and I believe that. I mean, that there's something that they can do to him, and I think the best thing they can do to him or do for him is to put him in the slot and let him run those deep ends or crossing patterns.
2nd and 4. Alexander's going to come back this way, and that's a great tackle. Bobby Carpenter playing sparingly through the early part of the season. Al Singleton was the starter, but Bill Parcells felt he was ready to move into the starting lineup, and he has made a lot of good plays here in the half.
And here he is. You see him in the outside here, and he starts to come on a blitz, on a run blitz, but always keeps leverage. You know, that he knows that Alexander can cut back, and that's what you have. You have that cut back or that bounce out, and Bobby Carpenter just stayed with it. Those guys can get in trouble when the ball goes away and they start running down the line of scrimmage. You kind of have to, as you go down the line of scrimmage, keep your leverage.
This is a 3rd and 9. Hasselbeck throwing incomplete, intended for Darrell Jackson, covered on the play by Nathan Jones. The defense does its job, and the Cowboys will get the ball back with 5:21 remaining in the half.
You know, saying that Tony Romo doesn't look comfortable for the Cowboys, but Matt Hasselbeck doesn't look comfortable for the Seahawks team either, does he?
No, Matt, 7 out of 19, 80 yards. He's averaging a little more than 4 yards per attempt. Plaquemire to punt. He angles this kick, and Newman will let it bounce, and that one will go out of bounds. They'll mark it near the 25-yard line, put it at the 24 with 5:14 to the half.
Here's Tony Romo's first half so far, and you look there, he had good protection in the middle. He was able to step up and throw the ball. And then after that, now is when they're starting to make him uncomfortable. I mean, the rushers are starting to break through from the outside, break through from the inside, and not letting Tony Romo stay in the pocket, get comfortable, and do what he wants to do.
From the 24-yard line on first down. Fake to Jones, pass, right side, that's caught. Terry Glenn makes the catch. Glenn in his 11th season out of Ohio State. Of course, he started with Parcells back with the Patriots.
We showed when Tony Romo was in rhythm. We showed when he was out of rhythm. And here he's in rhythm again. I mean, just that back foot hits and the ball comes out. Back foot hits right out there to Terry Glenn. Kelly Jennings on him. I'm impressed with this Seattle Seahawks secondary. I mean, they're really reacting well to the ball in the air.
Here's Jones, and Darby's going to force him back, and we'll see a forward progress nets in the first down. It appears that will be the case. He gets just enough to move the chains. Among the NFC quarterbacks of the 6 teams, Hasselbeck with the most postseason starts coming in, but look at that, a 28 rating. Then Romo with a 52 rating.
And at some point in this game, one of them is going to take it over.
Yep.
And whether the word is they're going to get comfortable, they're going to get pass protection, they're going to get something. But so far, neither one of those guys have taken this game over.
First and 10, 35-yard line. Here's Owens, and this play was whistled dead before the snap because a timeout had been taken by the Dallas Cowboys. So Bill Parcells is going to argue that call, but I believe it was the line judge who called a timeout. Any of the officials can call it, and of course any of the players or the coach could call the timeout, and Parcells clearly wants to know what that was all about.
We were attempting to reset the play clock to 25 seconds. It did not reset. There's not a charged timeout against Dallas.
So Bill pleads his case and wins it.
So what did they do? They blew the play dead, you mean?
One official signaled timeout. That's why Bill went off.
Yeah.
But Walt Anderson came in and got it corrected. First and 10, and now Jones will gain 8 yards up to the 43-yard line.
And that wouldn't be a bad plan right now for the Cowboys, is just start, mixing up Julius Jones and Marion Barber running the ball and kind of and let this offensive line pound on this defense, because this is, again, the Seattle defense is a smaller defense. You can wear them down, and even Parcells said that last night, that we can wear them down if we can have the proper offense to wear them down. In other words, if we can keep the ball enough.
2nd and 2. Jones has carried 10 times. Barber's been in the game but has not carried the ball to this point. Jones following Hoyt, but here comes Peterson to bust through and knock him back, and Jones said that's enough and looks for a flag, and there is none.
Yeah, one thing, you're not going to block Julian Peterson, on play side with a wide receiver. You see 84 Patrick Creighton is trying to block him. That's not going to happen. And then this is a perfect wrap-up tackle by Julian Peterson.
Former 49 will be going to the Pro Bowl for the 3rd time.
Yeah, he's fired up. He missed practice the other day. His wife was having a baby.
Yeah. 3rd and 6. Play clock all the way down to a half a second. Romo gets it away, and it's caught over the middle by Creighton, the number 3 wide receiver, and he converts and takes it to the Seattle 43 for a first down, and that takes us to the 2-minute warning. Gain of 18. Cowboys have all of their timeouts remaining. 6-3 Seahawks.
Strange going on. Over 1,000 people insist they've seen something in Loch Ness. And yet when science is applied, like this expedition, what's going on? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Do you see that? There. Oh my.
Samsung, the official HD TV of the NFL, presents the play of the day. In Week 6, Scott Flair punted to Devin Hester, who followed the blocking of his teammates, including Brendan Iambadejo, for an 83-yard touchdown. The score completed the Bears' improbable come-from-behind win against the Cardinals on Monday Night Football.
And the Bears unbelievably have tied this football game.
Samsung, the official HD TV of the National Football League.
Introducing Men's Rogaine Foam, the first and only foam that regrows hair. Easy to use, dries quickly. It could be the fastest part of your routine. New Men's Rogaine Foam. Use it or lose it.
This kid has been kidnapped. Stolen boy.
Maxim calls Alpha Dog riveting.
Come clean now, John. You come clean now.
Edgy and startling. This movie is on fire.
We gotta kill the kid. Kill him?
That's a joke, right?
Alpha Dog, rated R, Friday.
Coach Ditka, did you see this new limited edition Coors Light can with the Super Bowl logo?
I think that's what makes it better.
Is that why you always say nothing goes better with the Super Bowl than cold, refreshing Coors Light?
I mean, I didn't say it in those general terms, but I said it like that.
Yeah, Coach, after the last game, why did you say that this guy should switch from bottles to cans?
He very close to breaking 2 of them in that game.
Taste the cold of Coors Light, official beer sponsor of Super Bowl 41.
Coach, how does this guy always get the last donut hole?
He hits the hole so much quicker.
Tuesday on Criminal Intent. A wealthy daughter murdered, and a famous family has something to hide.
Sit down and shut up!
Doris Roberts guest stars. All new Criminal Intent, followed by an all-new SVU. Tuesday on NBC.
2 minutes to the half. Marion Barber will be the running back as the Cowboys come up to the line of scrimmage. Last-minute instructions from Romo to the fullback, Oliver Hoyt. All 3 timeouts for Dallas. They're down by 3. Glenn goes in motion to the right. They're faking to Barber, and then Barber will take the pass, and Barber will get taken down by Tapp after a gain of 5 to the 38-yard line.
They had a rotation towards Terrell Owens, and he was up on top, and he had a big hole to throw it in, and Romo didn't look out to that side. And I would think that he ought to come back to Terrell Owens somewhere here, or maybe go back to Jason Witten in the middle. Remember that one, that hook in the middle where he hit him and he fumbled? That is still there.
Instead, they give it to Barber, and Barber will take it to the 35-yard line. That's going to set up 3rd down and 2.
And 3rd and 2 in this situation is a passing situation. I don't think that you go for a run here. I mean, because you only need 2 yards, there could be a possibility of a play-action pass, but I would think this would just be a regular pass.
Cowboys can afford to take plenty of time here. They have all 3 timeouts left. First things first, they need the first down. Otherwise, you're looking at about a 52-yard field goal attempt for Gramatica. Play clock all the way down to 1. Romo will throw, and that's dropped by Owens. It's an unofficial stat, but our Elias Bureau keeps them, and they do a great job of that. But throughout the season, 15 drop passes by Owens, about 1 per game. Parcells going to take a timeout here.
Yeah, and you feel that Terrell Owens wasn't ready to catch that ball for some reason. It was right there. He has to catch it.
Now what do you do? Timeout.
Meet the Dollar Millionaires. From vintage pleather to McDonald's double cheeseburgers, these folks are all about the Washingtons. Looks like Rachel here has this season's it accessory. No wonder she rolls with such a handsome mantourage.
These people live like money grows on trees. Trees they can't find.
But they have no trouble finding luxurious meals on the dollar menu. Now I'd buy that for $1.
Now the Cowboys will line up to go for it. The option here, if you try a field goal, a Gramatica field goal, 52 or 53 yards, so you're right on the edge. You kicked one earlier from 50. But the downside is, if he misses it, Seattle would get the ball near the 43-yard line. Again, their offense really hasn't done much, but you're still going to give them a chance near midfield. So at least the Cowboys will line up to attempt to get a first down. Out of the shotgun. From the 36. Romo has time. Over the middle. Caught. Finds the open man. And that is Jason Witten. And they'll make it first down and goal. And the clock ticking down to 27 seconds. The Cowboys have 2 timeouts. They'll take one here. 32 yards on a 4th and 2.
Hey, how's everybody doing today? Me too. All right, here's what I want to talk about today. Working in an office. I don't think we've talked about that on the show yet. Anybody remember? I didn't think so. Okay, so here's what made me think about it. What if you're a neat freak and then you're forced to share an office with someone who's a pig? You know what I mean, Francis. Come on. It's just a term. My life is far from ordinary. That's why my card is American Express.
The Cowboys in that no man's land where do you try the long field goal? Do you go for it? They went for it, and it paid off big. It's first and the Cowboys still have a timeout left.
Remember, they had thrown that same pass to Jason Witten earlier. It was complete, and then he fumbled it, and you knew that it would be there again. This wouldn't be a bad play-action pass down.
It is to this point. Fake to Barber. Romo will throw. There's a flag. And he throws that one out of the end zone. There's a flag down at the 9-yard line. 18 seconds. Walt Anderson, the ref.
Holding number 75, offense, 10-yard penalty. It's still first down.
That's Mark Colombo.
And there was nothing there. I mean, Tony Romo, did the play-action pass, and he comes out here to the right side on a bootleg. And you're going to see Colombo. He's the right tackle on the side that Romo is going to boot to. And he comes down. He had pretty good leverage on that guy. I don't know that he had to do that, but Tony Romo didn't have much of a play when he got out that boot. Bill Parcells saying, "Hey, you look at me."
3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. 3 by 1. On first and goal from the 13. Romo stepping up, throwing, and that's going to be caught, and reaching into the end zone and getting there is Patrick Creighton for the touchdown. Patrick Creighton stopped at about the 2, had enough momentum, lunges forward, gets it into the end zone for a touchdown.
Yeah, big play by Patrick Creighton. I mean, he gets open, catches that ball, and then works like here he is. He's a middle receiver here. You see they go deep. He just comes underneath, and then he comes under control. It's his own defense. He finds a hole and just waits there for Tony Romo to throw him the ball.
Romo got whacked on the play as well. He stays in the hold. Gramatica for the point after. But Romo comes off a little gingerly after throwing the pass to Creighton. That gives Dallas the lead. 10-6. Cowboys, 11 ticks left.
We've come to Europe in search of answers. How was an entire city built on water? How could one man have given us the David and the Sistine Chapel? But more importantly, do those come in my size?
This isn't a vacation, it's an adventure. Find out how to create yours at RoyalCaribbean.com and get out there.
Allergies put me in a fog, but I've got a vineyard to run. That's why I'm Claritin Clear out here, and Claritin Clear in here too. I discovered Claritin works great on my indoor allergies, whether it's dust, mold, or even Rex. Claritin clears the way, relieving all my worst indoor allergy symptoms. And only non-drowsy Claritin is proven to make me alert and focused so I can think more clearly. Because staying alert is how I stay ahead. 24-hour non-drowsy Claritin. Live Claritin Clear, indoors and out.
Patrick Creighton, their number 3 wide receiver. Of course, when you play with Owens and Glenn, nobody knows who you are. They know right now here in Seattle because he scored the only touchdown of the game. This is Burleson to run the kickback out to the 33-yard line. Clock is down to 5 seconds. Defensive half. Neither team able to get much going. The numbers are not pretty. 7 out of 19 there. Alexander has been bottled up. Had one decent run. Tony Romo, until that last pass, had completed less than 50%. Owens has been limited to that one catch, but the big play was that 4th and 2. Seattle will take a knee here, a kneel down by Hasselbeck, and that will be the end of the half. A 32-yard pass to Witten on 4th and 2 is the story of the game at the half. 10-6. Cowboys on top. Toyota halftime show on the other side of the break.
You think you could be a star on Broadway?
It's finally here. Tomorrow, 8/7 Central. In a television first. You choose who will star in the new Broadway production of Grease.
I want this so bad.
The producers have everything at stake.
If Danny and Sandy aren't right, the show will fail.
They're looking for the best singers. The best dancers. It's more than a competition.
It's a progression to a real career.
Tell me about it instead.
You're the One That I Want premieres tomorrow at 8/7 Central on NBC.
This moment made possible by Mom and Dad, a part of scholarship. Mom and Dad, a job at Burger Barn. Mom and Dad, a senior internship. Mom and Dad, Mom and Dad, and a hometown helpful bank.
At Honda, we don't build trucks, we engineer them. We don't settle for existing technology. We invent new ways of taking it further. In safety, in fuel efficiency, in design. We don't look at innovation as a means to an end, but rather as a way to give you every advantage possible. Because at the end of the day, you're the one in the driver's seat. Honda Trucks.
All-night pet store. Got the idea from Jack. He says you got to offer your customers anything, anytime. No sleeping. A Jack in the Box that might mean a burger for breakfast or French toast sticks at midnight. For me, it might be a poodle at 2 a.m.
Are you a laundromat?
No. Need a hamster?
Order anything on the menu, anytime. From the guy who wrote the book.
Here's a money-saving idea. Quest has a challenge for you. A challenge to save money. Do the math and add up what you're spending on high-speed internet, cable TV, local and long-distance service. If you're not bundling with Quest, you may be spending too much. Get blazing fast high-speed internet. DirecTV service, and reliable digital voice. All for under $97 a month. Compare, bundle, and save. That's our spirit of service.
The Mike Holmgren Show, right after the game on King 5.
Welcome to the Toyota Halftime Show, brought to you by Toyota, moving forward.
Okay, Sterling Sharp, Jerome Bettis, Jim Mora, Bob Costas, Peter King, and Chris Collinsworth standing by. Largely a defensive struggle. Dallas leads at 10-6 at the half. Coach, a thought?
Well, Bob, I don't think either quarterback's really been able to find a rhythm. Up until that last drive, I was really impressed with the job the Seattle defense was doing, protecting what's really a decimated defensive secondary. I think they did a great job of mixing zone coverage, some well-planned pressure, and took a little heat off some of those young cornerbacks that are playing.
And like those quarterbacks not playing well, I expected to see a little bit more running, especially from Seattle's standpoint. Shaun Alexander has not been there. I think they really need to get Shaun Alexander involved in order for Seattle to win the football game.
I like the trust that Bill Parcells has shown in his defense. On 4th and 2, we're going for it to try and get a touchdown, and that's what they did, a 32-yard completion to Jason Witten. I think Bill Parcells is hedging the bet that his defense cannot stop Seattle in the second half.
Okay, earlier today in the first wild card game, Indy moved on, and they sent Kansas City home. Longtime friends and colleagues, Edwards and Dungy, embraced before the game. Joseph Adebayo had 122 yards rushing, scores here to make it 16-0 in the third. Then Trent Green, in his only good moment of the day, 6 for 6 on the drive, hits Tony Gonzalez for the TD. They got the 2-point conversion, but Manning comes right back to Reggie Wayne, made it 23-8. They coasted from there. Manning 30 of 38, a TD, was intercepted 3 times, and again they embrace at game's end. Larry Johnson was held to just 32 yards on 13 carries. Perhaps the only blemish for Indianapolis today was the fact that Manning was intercepted 3 times, 2 of them by Ty Law. Here's what Manning had to say about his old nemesis after the game.
I told Ty Law that I'd be glad to introduce him at the Hall of Fame. I'd do his introduction for him. One of the reporters asked me after the game, "Are you going to invite Ty Law to dinner?" I said, "No, I think he should invite me to dinner. Would be more appropriate."
Well, as I said, Manning was 30 of 38, but there were times, Chris Collinsworth, as you worked the game with Tom Hammond, where you felt that he was out of sync with his receivers.
Yeah, Bob, as I sit here with all my friends in Indianapolis, there's no question that those two who have really struggled in the playoffs, only 2 touchdowns now for that combination that's been so prolific for so long. But today, 2 of the interceptions, Marvin Harrison going one way, Peyton Manning reading it the other way and just throwing out. So when you go in against the Baltimore Ravens, you just simply have to be better between those two if they're going to have a chance in that game.
All right, Chris, thanks very much. Indy's so good defensively today, held Kansas City without a first down in the first half. But now they go to Baltimore. The Ravens are tough, especially on defense. What do they have in mind for Peyton Manning?
Well, Bob talked to outside linebacker Adalys Thomas of the Ravens tonight. One of the things he said was, look, we have got to get into the head of Peyton Manning. We've got to give him looks that he hasn't seen. We have to play a surprise game with Peyton Manning. And you watch their defense over the last few weeks, especially their defensive coordinator, Rex Ryan. They try to fool you on almost every series.
Yeah, well, there is no tougher quarterback in all the league to confuse than Peyton Manning, so it'll be interesting to see if the Ravens can do it. Up next, we'll look ahead to tomorrow's wildcard games between the Jets and the Patriots and the Giants and the Eagles. Back in less than a minute.
And that's how you do a cheerleader build, folks. 7 cities, 3,600 miles. One hell of a ride. This is the end of the 2006 high school football season. It's been a blast. We met a lot of hardcore fans. The line of scrimmage! Participated in some crazy traditions. Tiny little linebacker, check it out. And witnessed some amazing victories. We thank America on our trip that was high school football. We'll see you next season. We've got so much laundry to do.
The results are in from our Football Night in America Player of the Year poll. The MVP was nice. A Super Bowl title would be nicer. But you can be sure that the Golden Peacock will be the crowning achievement of LaDainian Tomlinson's magical season. Okay, tomorrow in the NFL playoffs, it's the Jets and the Patriots at 1 Eastern time, followed by the Giants and the Eagles at 4:30. Let's get some thoughts on those games, beginning with Jerome and Sterling on Pats Jets.
Well, the Patriots season doesn't really start until tomorrow. And so usually you say Tom Brady, he's a guy that, he's played average at best at home this year. 9 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. But when the postseason starts, he's a different quarterback, almost perfect in the playoffs. And I expect him to go out, manage the game well, and win and beat the Jets.
And I think for the Jets to win, they will have to attack Tom Brady. But I think they're going to have to get some special plays from special players. Justin Miller, as a kick returner, has to produce great field position and points. And Leon Washington, not only as their running back, but as their punt returner as well.
All right, Giants at Philadelphia. As the coach of the Falcons, you face them both. What do you think?
Well, two teams that know each other very, very well. I think it's going to be a dogfight, and I think it's going to come right down to the end. I really like the toughness and the grit that Jeff Garcia has brought to the Philadelphia football team, and I think that that's going to be the difference tomorrow.
All right, let's leave the last word on Giants-Eagles to Chris Collinsworth, who's had a long day in Indy. Wrap it up for us, Chris.
Well, Kevin Gilbride has changed the approach on offense for the Giants. They run tiki and they throw it deep, and that's their best shot to win it.
Will they win it?
No.
No, well, there you go. All right. You know what, Chris? You can go get dinner now. Before midnight, you can go get dinner, okay? All right. The NFL has just announced its playoff schedule for next weekend. Here it is. Indy is at Baltimore at 4:30 Eastern on Saturday. Then New Orleans will host the late NFC game, appropriate Saturday night in New Orleans. On Sunday, Chicago will host the early game at 1 Eastern time, and then San Diego hosts the winner of Jets-Patriots at 4:30. The second half of the Cowboys and the Seahawks is next. Back to Al and John in Seattle after this.
This has been the Toyota Halftime Show, brought to you by Toyota, moving forward.
NBC tomorrow. He's back.
You're fired.
The Apprentice LA with a big twist.
The winning team will live in a mansion. Losing team, intense. Kidding me?
The critics from People to Entertainment Weekly love the new twist. And Ivanka is impressive. And get an exclusive look at the first 20 minutes of the premiere. Go to NBC.com or apprentice.yahoo.com. The Apprentice LA, tomorrow, 9:30, 8:30 Central on NBC.
Papa Murphy's Pizza Thin is in with our new Herb Chicken Mediterranean Delight Pizza. It's cracker-thin crust, real mozzarella, chicken, fresh spinach, and sun-dried tomatoes topped with feta and herbs, all for just $7.99. Handmade, home-baked. That's Papa Murphy's.
This is the place I want to live, and the way I want to drive.
There's something special about this part of the country. We care about the environment. And now, Toyota has 3 different hybrid models with ultra-low emissions, including the all-new Camry Hybrid, the family-size Highlander Hybrid, and the 60-mile-per-gallon Prius. This is the place you want to be. Let's keep it this way.
The Mike Holmgren Show, right after the game on King 5.
We all want the same things. A house. A car.
Toppings than the other guys. And no wonder America preferred Pizza Hut pan.
Anyone in Washington can join BECU, the not-for-profit credit union that offers people like you a better deal on everything from home loans to checking accounts. If you live in Washington, join us. BECU. It's more than just money.
At Papa Murphy's Pizza, Thin is in with our new Herb Chicken Mediterranean Delight Pizza. It's cracker-thin crust, real mozzarella, chicken, fresh spinach, and sun-dried tomatoes topped with feta and herbs, all for just $7.99. Handmade, home-baked. That's Papa Murphy's.
I don't care if it's preseason. Shoot, Raiders are 4-0, baby.
Raiders? Jeff Garcia. I think he's back in Calgary, playing for the Stampeders.
Of course I didn't draft Drew Brees. What am I, an idiot?
LT's good. Between the 20s.
Last but not least, 2 tickets to the Steelers home finale against the Ravens. We're sending you out on top, Bob.
This telecast is copyrighted by the NFL for the private use of our audience.
or accounts of the game without the NFL's consent is prohibited.
For a team to win the playoffs and to go the distance, you just got to believe in yourself.
We all got here for a reason, so this is the time for us to shine.
There's no series, there's no best of 7, it's one and done.
And obviously it's going to be a lot more pressure and a lot more intense for the simple fact it is the playoffs.
You try to sleep a little bit more, you try to study a little bit harder, you try to find that one thing that could put you over the top.
When there's an opportunity to catch the ball, you got to catch the ball. When there's an opportunity to hit a guy who's wide open, you got to hit him.
There come a point in the game where you got to make a play, you got to do something to get your team over the hump, and when that time comes, you got to be able to do it.
You got to win. If you don't win, you go home.
And back we come to Seattle. Al Michaels with John Madden and Andrew Kramer. Third quarter about to begin. Tony Romo connecting with Jason Witten for a huge play on a 4th and 2. Then after a penalty, the touchdown pass to Creighton. It's the only touchdown in the game. And Dallas will get the ball as we start the third quarter. Austin will drop it in the end zone, and they'll start from the 20-yard line. Offensive numbers not particularly pretty, of course, when there are only 16 points in the game. So neither team really lighting it up in any area. 153 for Dallas. Good part of that on that last drive, and 121 total yards for Seattle.
And I think, as you said, that last drive, for the Dallas Cowboys and Bill Parcells has to be big, because they didn't come into this game, like we talked about, with a lot of confidence. I mean, they lost last week to Detroit, and so they had to get confidence within the game, and I feel that right towards the end of the half, it started to develop, didn't you?
Definitely, and you saw Parcells, and few people know how to close out a game better than Bill, but Romo then gets stripped of the ball and is saved by Jones, and that was Bryce Fisher, and it was Fisher who whacked Romo at the end of the first half, and Tony came up a little gingerly after that play, and he gets hit again by Fisher.
Tony Romo was talking last week about how the clock in his head has to be faster. It had to be faster right there. I mean, you can't hold it. I mean, you look once, you look twice. Now the ball has to come out, because you know that Bryce Fisher or someone is going to be right there.
Broken clock. Now you've got Jones to try to get a little breathing space as they're backed up. Romo with 7 fumbles over the last part of the season, including in his last 5 games, including 4 last week against Detroit.
I think this defense is really playing a lot better than I thought they would. I mean, they're hustling, they're putting pressure on Romo, they're tackling well, they're kind of an underdog. They're playing with rookie corner, a safety at corner, but they're playing very well.
3-man rush and 8 covering. Barber makes the catch, and they give up about 8 yards there because it was 20 to go for the first down, and Dallas with a 3-and-out to punt.
And that's exactly what you have to do. It's that old deal, prevent. What are you preventing? And if you make the tackle like that, then the prevent defense work. Now, of course, when it really looks bad is when you miss a tackle and a guy makes a first down and you say, what the heck were you doing in that prevent defense?
Matt McBride, a wobbler, fielded at the 39-yard line by Nate Burleson, and he gets wrapped up immediately by number 57, Kevin Burnett. 2:07 into the third. Tony getting an earful.
Our engineers saw every square inch of the Sierra as an opportunity for another breakthrough. Introducing the more comfortable, more powerful, and the most fuel-efficient all-new 2007 GMC Sierra. We examined everything and overlooked nothing to create our greatest pickup yet. That's professional grade.
Donovan McNabb is driven, motivated, hungry,
Hungry enough for Campbell's chunky New England clam chowder.
Feed your NFL-sized hunger. Campbell's Chunky. Meals that fill you up right.
You got Singular?
No.
Sprint mobile broadband downloads 5 times faster than Singular's Edge.
Well, I'm done.
Because in business, it pays to keep moving. Get the power of the nation's largest mobile broadband network. Get a free mobile broadband card. Visit sprint.com/mobile broadband.
Sprint. Power up.
At GE, we're combining imagination with advanced technology around the world to make it a better place to live. Everyone. GE. Imagination at work.
This wild card playoff game being brought to you by GMC. We are professional grade. By Campbell's Chunky, official soup and chili sponsor of the NFL. By GE, Imagination at Work. And by Miller Lite. For great taste, there's no debate. Miller Lite, always a good call. That's what I always wanted to do, John. You don't like your fish, you just throw it back. The fish market here in Seattle.
You know, if you were a kid and you were thinking, boy, I'd like to be that when I grow up, you think that's one of the jobs you'd like to be? That'd be a fun job?
You know, it looks like it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. The guy that looks
for
like
about
he's
a day.
having fun is the catcher.
Right. From the 38-yard line. Hasselback has that one knocked into the air and incomplete. Let's check in with Andrea.
Well, at halftime, I asked Mike Holmgren, how do you get Matt Hasselbeck back in sync? He said they have to protect better. They were getting around his legs too much. He also said the Cowboys played more man-to-man defense than they were expecting. He said they have to use their outside receivers better. They have to take their shots downfield, and they have to run the ball better. And just so you know, guys, it's starting to rain a little bit down here.
Dry first half. Light rain right now. Second down and 10 from the 38-yard line. Hasselback goes back to the right side, and Newman with the coverage, and the flag comes in. Bobby Ingram, the receiver, and there'll be an interference call here.
Yeah, that was that thing in the first half. I was thinking that the Cowboys were playing so much man coverage.
Defense, 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. First down.
And the wide receivers of the Seattle Seahawks just weren't getting open. That call there is on number 41 right there, Terrence Newman. You see him, he's looking back in at the quarterback. He's okay right there, and it was a double move. See, Bobby Ingram started to go by him, started to go up, and Terrence Newman just put the hook out there.
Borderline call. First and 10 at the 43-yard line. Alexander stopping and then starting back the other way, and then driven back by half the defense. Sean Alexander coming off that MVP year, helping them to the Super Bowl last year. And we mentioned before, missing 6 games, broken foot. Broke it on opening day against Detroit, but you know, he wanted to play through it. He didn't believe it was really broken, and then finally they had to sit him down from October 1st through the middle of November.
And I'm not sure that he was the same before that, or I'm not sure that he's been the same since he's come back. Tonight, he's not the same guy he was a year ago, is what I mean.
Yeah, definitely not tonight. 12 carries, 32 yards. Hasselback steps up to avoid the sack and then guns it over the middle to Jeremy Stevens, the tight end, to the 40-yard line. And for Jeremy Stevens, that's his first catch of the night, gain of 13 and a first down.
You know what the Cowboys did on that defense, you see, they're in a 4-man line, and they're trying to get pressure right up the middle. They do get that pressure up the middle. Hasselbeck makes a miss, and then he's able to step up and make this play. But the Cowboys, again, went to that 4-man line just to get that pressure right in the middle against Hasselbeck.
And then right into that line goes Mac Strong for a gain of 4 to the 36-yard line.
We talk about Walter Jones, and just watch him how here, when he gets on someone, he stays on him. and he just keeps his feet going, keeps going, and just takes them all the way to the ground. I mean, he is a guy, when you watch him block, he looks like he plasters himself to the defender.
First round pick that paid off, obviously, back in '97 at a Florida State, 2nd down and 5. Hasselbeck is chased, has to throw on the run, and then Hackett comes up with it. Throwing to avoid the pressure from Carpenter, and Hackett came back to make the catch and get enough of a gain here to set up a 3rd down and 1.
That was a good throw by Matt Hasselbeck. Bobby Carpenter really is playing a very good game tonight, and I think he's the linebacker that Bill Parcells thought when he drafted him, but look at that catch by DJ Hackett. I mean, that ball isn't what Hasselbeck wanted to throw. In fact, it looked like a drop or something.
Caught a sinker.
Like a number 3.
3rd and 1. Plowing ahead right now is Strong. And let's see where they mark this. You can see where the yellow line is, obviously. And it appears to be a little short. Walt Anderson is going to bring the chains in. But Holmgren's starting to think about what you do now and what the 4th down and inches play is going to be.
Right, and I think that this is one of those things, you don't know how many shots you're going to get at it. When you do get a 4th down here, you're going to have to take one. Because this is going to be a 4th down. Woo!
Yep, a link.
Yeah, like
half a link.
Credit card, you could just stick a credit card in there. But this has to be a quarterback sneak, or you have to hand it to the fullback up there close. It's just something you can't get the tailback back deep, and and run when you only have an inch to go.
4th and inches. Last year, Alexander was perfect in these situations, but this year, 5 out of 8 on 3rd and 4th or 1, and this is closer to 4th and an inch.
Yeah, they're spending a lot of time in the huddle, and usually, it's an old thing that used to key as a defensive player or coach. The longer they spend in the huddle, the more apt the play is to be a pass.
They give it to Alexander, and he will be able to bounce his way off defenders for a 1st down.
That looked like Sean Alexander from last year, didn't it?
It did.
I mean, he really hit that thing in there. You know that if you need to play, I mean, you get the 4th down, you're going to run it right behind Walter Jones right here. And he gets a good double team. He just seals off that whole side. He and the tight end, Will Heller, just sealed off that left side, and Alexander picks up the 1st down. Alexander hit the hitter.
Strong took care of Roy Williams on the play. Maurice Morris, the backup to Sean Alexander, carries to the 21-yard line. That's a gain of 6. 2nd down and 4.
There's very good mixture going here now, and that's one of the things that Bill Parcells was talking about Mike Holmgren, and the way he calls plays. He said, that he calls them quickly so they play up-tempo, and part of that is getting to play. I mean, he changes personnel group, so he has to get the personnel group in there and then the play in there. And he probably does it quicker than any coach.
2nd and 4. Alexander appears to be a little short of the 1st down. 3rd and a short 1 coming up. Spotting the ball at the 12-yard line.
I think they were probably listening to Jerome Bettis at halftime. He said that, and of course any old running back is going to say that, but they have to get Sean Alexander involved in the game. They have to get the running game going, and that's what, that Mike Holmgren must have thought the same thing, because that's what the Seahawks are doing.
Ball at the 17, not the 12-yard line. 3rd down and 1. Halfway through the 3rd quarter. The workhorse again. But this time Brady James is there. And the forward progress will be looked at very carefully by the officials here as they'll spot the ball. The yellow line, is unofficial, but that's going to be short of the 1st down again.
Did you see Sean Alexander was up there trying to call it for him?
Sure. So here we go again. They passed, would have been a 47-yard field goal. Now, do you kick a 36-yard field goal.
I don't think either one of these coaches are playing that kind of game. I mean, I think that if this were the Cowboys, I think they'd do the same thing, and I think that Mike Holmgren is just matching them.
Going again on 4th down.
They're packed in there.
Alexander to the left side. Gets enough around the corner. Carpenter was there, but Alexander with enough momentum to take him around the corner and pick up a first down. So the big plays in this game on both sides have now been 4th down calls.
Yeah, and they had to. I mean, watch how the defense is packed in here. This is where they're going to go. They're going to pull Walter Jones and get to the outside and stretch it out here, because pack everyone inside and then get a block on Carpenter just enough to get Sean Alexander a soft corner. But the way they were packed in the middle there was no way they were going to run the ball in the middle and make a first down.
This is the 12th play of the drive, and it's caught by Stevens. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Jeremy Stevens, the tight end, on Roy Williams, the safety. You're going to see Jeremy Stevens is right here. You're going to see he's running right up there on Roy Williams. He makes a move on him, gets a step or two, and Hasselbeck puts the ball right there.
A tremendously talented tight end, 6'7", 265. Played his college football here at Washington. The bugaboo with him has always been dropped passes. That one he corrals, takes it in for 6. The extra point by Josh Brown. Seahawks retake the lead. 13-10 Seattle.
Over 5 tons of towing capacity. 2,010 pounds of payload. It seems in thinking ahead, our engineers left nothing behind. Introducing the more comfortable, more powerful, more capable, all-new 2007 GMC Sierra. We examined everything and overlooked nothing, then backed it with a GM 100,000-mile warranty. That's professional grade.
Blockbuster Total Access, Netflix. Essentially, they work the same way. You order movies online. They come right to your mailbox. You watch them. Then mail them back in a prepaid envelope. But what if you're thinking, let's get a new movie right away? With Netflix, you mail them back and wait. But only Blockbuster gives you the option of bringing them back to the store and exchanging them. No extra charge.
Here's your new movie, sir.
So you never have to wait.
That was fast.
Movies through the mail plus movies through the store, one low price. That's Blockbuster Total Access. Get your free trial at Blockbuster.com.
Men of the square table, there is something that's always bothered me. Fans who leave the game before it's over just to beat the traffic.
Yeah, but what if you're down by 30 points?
Hello, Houston Buffalo 1993?
What if you think you left the oven on?
Why would the oven be on?
Say you were baking a pie. You know, like for a tailgate party or something.
Double man law. No leaving early, no baking on game day.
Double man law.
For great day, there's no color light.
Tuesday on SVU. Blair Underwood guest stars as a man accused.
I made you!
Or was this an assault? Or something more twisted?
You have the right to keep your mouth shut.
All new SVU after an all-new Criminal Intent. Tuesday on NBC.
Atlanta coming up this week. He will have Keith Sutherland, Ben Affleck, John Edwards, Helen Mirren, Renee Zellweger will be there, Jewel, Chris Daughtry, all new Tonight Show this week on NBC. Beautiful Quest Field, Seattle. Julian Peterson ready to come on with his defense. Kickoff from Brown, taken by Miles Austin from the 7. Miles Austin with a big run back down the sideline, out in front of the Cowboy bench, and Miles Austin will take it all the way in for a 93-yard kickoff return. Touchdown.
No flags. Boy, is that something. I mean, you finally take over. You get a good drive. You had good tempo. Mike Holmgren had everything he needed. And the thing, you know, we talk about momentum changers. Here's a wedge. You slide the wedge to the left. They because the ball goes to the left, they slide the wedge. He gets right in behind the wedge and hits that thing. Miles Austin at a point right here into the wedge. Now through the wedge, now it's just Miles Austin and his speed. But you always have that wedge is in the middle, but when the ball is kicked left or right, you slide the wedge to the side of the kick.
Grammatica lining up for the extra point.
False start, number 77, offense, 5-yard penalty.
It's a good time to get on an extra point. Pat McQuiston. The Cowboys are playing their 55th postseason game. The team that was formed in 1960. That's the first kickoff return touchdown for the Cowboys in postseason play. Grammatica tacks on the extra point. Makes it a 4-point lead again. Dallas 17, Seattle 13.
Cholesterol. It can come from bow tie pasta, but also from your grandfather Bo. From that pie, creamy banana. And your mom, Juliana. A healthy diet is important. When that's not enough, adding Vytorin can help. Cholesterol comes from two sources, food and family. Vytorin treats two sources. Only Vytorin helps block the absorption of cholesterol from food and reduces the cholesterol your body makes naturally. Vytorin was also proven in clinical studies to lower bad cholesterol more than Lipitor alone, more than Crestor alone. Vytorin is not for everyone, including people with liver problems, women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. Tell your doctor right away about unexplained muscle pain or weakness, which may be a sign of a rare but serious side effect. Certain medicines or foods may increase your risk of getting this serious side effect. Simple blood tests are needed to check for liver problems. So eat right, stay active, but if that's not enough, ask your doctor about adding Vytorin, two sources of cholesterol. Treat them both with Vytorin.
We spent over 30,000 engineering hours completely redesigning the new Sierra from the inside out. Introducing the more comfortable, more powerful, and the most fuel-efficient all-new 2007 GMC Sierra. We examined everything and overlooked nothing. That's professional grade.
My Name is Earl has more Emmys than any other comedy, and now Jason Lee's nominated for a Golden Globe.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am. And NBC's just proud as a, well, you know. All new My Name is Earl, part of Comedy Night Done Right, Thursday on NBC.
Miles Austin running back kicks because Tyson Thompson, who was their return man at the beginning of the season, got hurt. Miles, a rookie out of Monmouth University, and you know how Parcells loves those Jersey guys. Free agent. And right now, the biggest play of the game.
Right, and Bill Parcells probably loves him a little more right now,
yes,
doesn't he?
He does. A lot more than the 3 times he fumbled on returns this season. Nate Burleson runs it back to the 27-yard line. So Hasselback and company back to work they go. Less than 6 to play in the third. Dallas by 4.
At T. Rowe Price, successful investing is about balancing risk and reward intelligently. For each 1, 5, and 10-year period, 70% of our mutual funds beat their Lipper average, finding the right opportunity. Low-cost mutual funds from T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence. Request a complete prospectus or profile with investment objectives, risks, fees, expenses, and other information to read and consider carefully before investing.
Giving the new Sierra more power doesn't make it professional grade. Giving it more power while making it more fuel efficient does. Introducing the all-new 2007 GMC Sierra. The only that offers more than 300 horsepower and over 20 EPA estimated highway miles per gallon. That's professional grade.
I'll have a number 6 meal. Hey, can I change that to a number 9?
Sure.
Tired of one-size-fits-all combo meals? Get a Subway fresh value meal for a great price. A delicious sub freshly made just the way you want it. With chips and drink, what a deal. Where freshness meets value, Subway, eat fresh.
The game of the week. Penguins. Flyers. The next Gretzky.
The next Lemieux, hockey's next superstars. This time on the same team, Penguins, Flyers. Next Saturday, 2 Eastern on NBC.
Bill Parcells is 65. Mike Holmgren is 58. Go back 10 years. There you go, Super Bowl. 10 years ago this month. Parcells with the Patriots. Holmgren with the Green Bay Packers. Mike won the game.
And that was Bill Parcells' last game with the Patriots, too, wasn't it?
Everything was swirling at that point about was he going to leave, which he did, to go to the Jets. 3 years there. Hasselbeck throws. And that's Stevens up to the 32. So here we go again, John. It seems like we're on watch every week. Of course, we had to do Brett Favre last week, and we still don't know what will happen there. And, of course, there's a lot of speculation as to what Bill Parcells will do. This is his 4th year. He originally signed a 4-year contract. It was extended, so he does have a 5th year. Jerry Jones, the owner of the team, made it very clear before the game, talking to him, he said, I want Bill back next year.
And my guess would be that Bill wants to be back next year if he feels like it, because he talks about energy a lot. I have to have the energy to go through it again, and I think that I do. Because when you're making a decision, it's not only the games, but it's okay. Now you have a combine, and then you have a draft, and then you have mini camps, then you have another training camp and preseason, and I think he just kind of wants to sit down at the end and say, okay, can I go through another year of that?
And Jerry Jones said, look, every issue there is can be resolved. So there are people who will tell you, oh no, Owens has to go for Bill to stay. That's not the case. And that will not determine Parcells' decision. Everybody wants a simple answer involving a complex guy. Bill doesn't know as of the moment. 3rd down and 4. And that pass is caught by Deion Branch, who breaks away from Henry and turns it into a big gain. So a big conversion and a lot of extra yardage and a 1st down at the 39-yard line. 27 yards.
I think the thing that Mike Holmgren was telling Andrew Kramer at halftime is the Cowboys are playing a lot of man-to-man, and our receivers weren't really beating them. So now that we know they're playing man-to-man, we have to run individual routes, and Deion Branch did at that time on Anthony Henry. I think the first half they were kind of going through like they were expecting zone coverage, and they were running zone patterns against man-to-man. Now they're running man-to-man patterns.
Hackett has to reach behind to make the catch, and Hackett, a game-time decision, didn't know until 90 minutes before the game because of a hip flexor, and rotating and spinning around and making the catch there.
Yeah, and maybe because you've been through the whole season and it's late in the season, you can do that, but I think that's tough on a quarterback when you go out there and you practice and you don't have Darrell Jackson out there who's playing tonight. You don't have DJ Hackett. You're practicing with other guys, and then you're playing the game with these guys.
2nd down and 6. Sean Alexander. Ware forces him back inside, and then Aiken Adele is there to make the tackle. So again, a big 3rd down play coming up. This time it'll be 3rd down and 8 at the 37.
Yeah, DeMarcus Ware did a great job on that play because Jeremy Stevens is blocking him. You just get your hands on him, hold him. Don't commit. Let the ball come to you, and then keep everything inside of you. And DeMarcus Ware played that perfectly, and then Aiken Adele could get over to make the tackle.
Clearly the top defensive player. The only other guy they're missing, Greg Ellis, on injured reserve. Apart from that, this team has been unbelievably healthy this season. And that pass is almost intercepted. Intended for Burleson, and Aaron Glenn, the 13-year veteran, former Jet, had position and almost makes the pick.
Yeah, and Aaron Glenn, that was a 13-year veteran play. I mean, because he's expecting that slant. He's looking in, and when he reads 1, 2, 3 step drop, he knows it's a slant. And instead of waiting to cover it, he jumps and undercuts that slant. But the reason he's looking in the backfield is to key the drop of the quarterback. 3-step drop means slant.
Blackmore to punt. Veteran just goes with 13 year. What else are you going to call him? It's like saying big tight end as opposed to what? A tiny tight end? Fair catch is called for by Creighton, and he makes that at the 7-yard line. 2 minutes and 53 seconds left in the 3rd in Seattle, where the Cowboys lead the Seahawks 17-13.
Introducing Envy from Verizon Wireless. A phone, camera, multimedia center with full keyboard for instant messaging. Exclusively from Verizon Wireless.
On our nation's highways, there is a man who preys on unsuspecting travelers.
You might give me a ride?
Yeah, okay. On January 19th, discover
Oh my God, it's him!
true terror. From the producers of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Stop, please.
The Hitcher. Rated R for strong, bloody violence, terror, and language.
Expect more from a value meal. Introducing Wendy's Crispy Chicken Deluxe with all white meat, bacon, and cheese, or the Double Junior Cheeseburger Deluxe with fries and a drink for just $2.99 every day. Do what tastes right.
NBC tomorrow. He's back.
You're fired.
The Apprentice LA. With one twist. Losers are intense. The Apprentice LA premieres tomorrow on NBC.
Back to Seattle, Al Michaels, John Madden, Andrea Kramer, heading toward crunch time. 2:53 left in the third. The Cowboys have run only 3 offensive plays in this half. You had the run back for the touchdown after a 3-and-out on their first series, and they begin here with Jones taking it up to the 8-yard line. And John, let's take a look at Owens tonight.
Well, the Seahawks came out, and we knew that that they have a safety, Jordan Babineau there playing corner. So they're not just going to play Terrell Owens man-to-man. You can see what they do is they want to get up, they want to bump him, they want to frustrate him, but they always have a safety over the top. So in essence, they're double covering him early and kind of frustrating him.
He goes Glenn. Second down and 9 from the 8-yard line. Creighton, who scored the touchdown, is the man in motion, slotting left. Flip it out to Jones. Julius Jones taken down by Jordan Babineau at the 10-yard line. And it will now be 3rd down and 7.
Yeah, we showed Jordan Babineau and how he was covering Terrell Owens earlier, and in that cover 2, and he's done a good job out there. I mean, he was a corner, then they moved him to safety, and now back to corner. But we know in cover 2, the corner rotates up, he's going to hit the wide receiver. But when they swing or run out there, he has to come up and make the tackle, as Babineau just did.
3rd and 7. Crowd is roaring. Romo, he's going to flip to Barber, and Barber is going to get enough for the first down before he's dumped out of bounds by Pete Hunter. Needed 7, got 8, move the chains.
Sometimes you have Terrell Owens and he can do things that aren't going to show up in any statistics, and I think he just did here. And you're going to see he just runs off not only the corner but the safety. And then Barber comes out to that side. See, he runs him off, runs the corner, runs the safety off. Now when Barber gets that ball, he has enough yardage or enough room to make a first down.
Final minute of the 3rd quarter. Al Johnson lines up as a tight end on the right side. Jones to the left side, and Jones gets taken down after a very short gain by Ken Hamlin. And then the two of them start to go at it.
We got a rumble there.
Yeah, I mean, something had to be said.
Yeah, but you can't do that. I mean, okay, that's enough. Now you're calm down, get back in the huddle. I mean, no matter what was said or what was done, I mean, this is pro football, this is a playoff game, and you have to drop it right there.
Maybe a little kick as well. I mean, Hamlin is there. 2nd down and 8. And that pass is thrown at the feet of Jones with 2 seconds remaining in the quarter.
Romo's had a few of those, hasn't he, when he's kind of skipped him into the ground.
Not enough club. Tony, a good enough golfer to attempt to qualify for the U.S. Open last year. 3rd down and 8.
I still think that middle is the place to go. I mean, he hit Jason Witten in there. He hit Patrick Creighton in there. I think in these zone defenses, this area right in here is the area to hit for a first.
Witten's going there right now, and Romo's going to go over the middle, but to Barber, and it's incomplete. Barber looking upfield. So the 4th quarter will start with a Dallas punt. End of 3. 17-13 Cowboys. Back we come after these messages from your NBC station.
Buddy Israel.
No former witness against the mob has been as crucial as Buddy
Aces.
Israel. $1 million hit fee would draw some huge flies.
You're gonna pour boxes of bullets in Israel. What are you trying to say?
Smoke It Aces, rated R, starts January 26th.
I'm so nervous. I've waited my whole life for this chance. I have to concentrate. I can do this. I can star on Broadway.
Don't miss the premiere of You're the One That I Want tomorrow at 8/7 Central on NBC.
I'll have a number 6 meal. Hey, can I change that to a number 9?
Sure.
Tired of one-size-fits-all combo meals? Get a Subway fresh value meal for just $4.99. Different sub every day, freshly made just the way you want it, with chips and drink just $4.99. Where freshness meets value, Subway, eat fresh.
The Mike Holmgren Show, right after the game on King 5.
The world is advancing. Faster and faster. Are you in or out? Introducing the all-new 7-passenger Acura MDX. Technology takes it to a whole new place. Acura. Advance.
This is Dan Santos, who works with Banner Bank customer Log Painting, which painted Portland St. John's Bridge. Whenever Dan needs help with his truck, he calls Tim Phillips, Banner customer and owner of B&B Auto Parts. Now every morning, Tim picks up his latte from Danny Cohn at Seattle's Fuel Coffee, which is the latte of choice of Dan Santos. It just goes to prove we're all in some way connected to the same bank.
15 minutes left, at least in regulation. Who moves on? Who doesn't? 4-point game. We'll start with a punt. Matt McBriar, who averaged 48.2 yards per kick, highest since Yale Larry of Detroit in 63. And he closed in on Sammy Barr's all-time record of 51 yards back in 1940. A boomer here. Burleson from the 19-yard line gets a block and then gets ripped out of bounds up at the 32 by Kevin Burnett. So what's everybody playing for? 12 teams left. You're playing for a ride. John Madden took that one in Pasadena in Super Bowl 11. Bill Parcells has taken that ride twice. Mike Holmgren took it in New Orleans, Super Bowl 31. Bill Cowboys, who just stepped away yesterday, did not retire, took it last year. So one of these guys hopes, of course, and they know what it's like to get that ride in Miami on February the 4th.
You know, that's the sweetest ride of all. I mean, that's the one that makes us all do what we do or we've done. I mean, that makes it all worthwhile. Everyone goes to training camp, they play the regular season to get to the playoffs. And then you get to the playoffs to get to the next round. Then you get to the championship round, then to get to the Super Bowl and win it.
Hasselback has that one tipped by Newman, and then Roy Williams with the pick, and he stayed inbounds and intercepts it at the 43-yard line. DJ Hackett was the intended receiver. He's down. He's been fighting that hip flexor and was questionable before the game. And it's a tip and a catch. And the question is, did he come inbounds? And they're going to take a real close look at this. The crowd already looking at it up on the board.
Well, Terrence Newman made a heck of a play, though, in getting turned, getting back in coverage, and then turning again to get that right hand on it. Now again, Roy Williams catches a ball, but did the right foot step out of bounds.
He's the same as a receiver at this point. The same thing applies. It looks as if his right foot's on the line, and this is going to be clearly a challenge from Mike Holmgren at the 43-yard line, and the crowd wants a challenge flag, and now finally Mike throws it out. He just wanted to make sure, checked with the guys upstairs. They played it on the board here, and it was very evident
Seattle is
to
challenging
these
the ruling on the field of an interception.
It appears it won't stand, because what Williams has to do is come down with both feet in bounds. Walt Anderson goes under the hood, and we'll come back after this.
Expect more from a value meal. Introducing Wendy's Crispy Chicken Deluxe with all white meat, bacon, and cheese, or the Double Junior Cheeseburger Deluxe with fries and a drink for just $2.99 every day. Do what tastes right.
Only Sprint has a network powerful enough to let you follow the NFL playoffs wherever you go. Watch the drama unfold all the way to Super Bowl 41 with NFL Network, live on Sprint TV. Get 24/7 pre- and post-game analysis of every NFL playoff game, plus NFL Total Access, NFL Red Zone, and more. For a limited time, get the only Moto Razr with exclusive access to the NFL for $49.99. Sprint. Power up.
My dream was always to catch the perfect wave. And then I realized I caught 3.
The all-new Lincoln MKX with all-wheel drive. The perfect car for endless summers. Life's calling. Where to next?
We're going to have one of these conclusive or inconclusive evidence here situations, because when you take a look at this, as we have during the commercial break, Roy Williams, and this is the best shot, believe it or not, from the all-22 camera up above. Left foot down, he has possession. Right foot appears to be down. There's a little bit of green or enough between the chalk. And from every other angle, you don't see it from down the line. So what Walt Anderson has to do is say, what do I see that gives me conclusive evidence? So I think, initially I thought he would overturn it. Now I'm going to say, John, that he's going to let the play stand.
I would agree with you, because I thought the same thing before we went to break. I thought he was on the line.
After the play,
after
the ruling on the field stands.
Yeah.
The Seattle is charged with its first timeout.
You saw just enough green between his shoe and the boundary. So Holmgren waited. You had to challenge this. There it is again. And Holmgren is standing right there. I mean, Mike is 6 yards away from the play.
You know, Roy Williams did a good job of keeping those feet in bounds, but the play by Terrence Newman was a great play. I mean, it was coverage and getting the hand in there and then tipping all the things he did. That was a super defensive play. 2 Pro Bowlers, 2 guys who've been to Honolulu in the past. Romo, the 48-yard line, is thrown. Catch is made by Jones over the middle.
Illegal hands to the face, number 63, offense. That's a 10-yard penalty. It's still first down.
Those are the left guard.
Yeah, I still think that they can go to the middle and maybe even put Terrell Owens in the slot. I think the Cowboys can work that area, and if they can get another first down here, then maybe go back and get some running game going. But it's tough sledding outside, these outside receivers, and you know, they're just getting up there and banging Terrell Owens and then having the safety over the top. And again, I think the tight end or the slot in the middle of the field is where you can go.
First down and 20. Romo throws, caught over the middle. That's Glenn. Terry Glenn silencing the crowd out to the 49. Gain of 16, tackled by the linebacker Julian Peterson. 2nd down and 4.
Right, and you feel the Cowboys are seeing the same thing, that they're playing the outside, they're playing that cover 2, they're banging the corners around. So what you do is you bring your receiver inside, and then you let him run in the middle. And you see, once he runs in the middle, he's running against who? He's running pattern against linebackers instead of defensive backs.
He was bracketed by the 2 tight ends, Witten and Fasano, who both ran straight down the field, and then Glenn cut back over the middle. 2nd down and 4. Big hole, 1st down. Jones tackled by Lofa Tutupu.
Yeah, this is a good plan here by the Cowboys, because they did what they had to do to get the yardage back by hitting in the middle and then going to the running game, because I still think in this game the running game is going to play. I mean, we can talk about the defensive backs and the receivers and all this, but you still have to be able to run and stop the run in this 4th quarter.
13 minutes left in the 4th. Jones, 1st down, 20 more, all the way to the 27-yard line.
We were talking to Bill Parcells last night. Remember, that was one of the things that he's talking about is maybe we won't start off running strongly, but you can wear this defense down. And I think you get a few 1st downs and you get them to this point, and now it looks like this Seahawks defense is starting to wear down a little.
On the 20 line, they keep going to Jones, and they've got a flag from the umpire, and that's going to be offensive holding.
And if they keep this running going, I mean, they're going to have a penalty here, but if they keep this running going, then you'd expect to see Marion Barber.
Number 91, defense.
Whoa.
5-yard penalty from the end of the run. 1st down.
Just going to say, well, the umpire throws the flag. We've said it before, 99.92% of the time, that's your 0.08% of the time. Defensive holding.
That was it right there. And defensive holding, automatic 1st down. And then I would expect to see Marion Barber in here someplace, because we know Marion Barber is, Bill Parcells always says he's his finisher. He's a short yardage, he's a goal line, he's the red zone, he's a 4th quarter guy.
From the 20. Draw. Jones. And Jones to the 13-yard line, and that's 18 carries for 71 yards again in the Monday night game. And 4 Jones ran for 198 yards in the stadium, and the Cowboys won a wild one, 43-39.
Isn't this the way the NFL is, though? We have, the passing game and the top quarterbacks and all these receivers, but at some point in a big game, it's going to come down to you have to be able to run it and stop the run.
To the 11-yard line, and coaches are forever saying that. What do you have to do? We have to run it, we have to stop the run, and can't turn the ball over. It's probably more true than ever in postseason play too.
Right, because of the finality of it. You can have a regular season game and you lose the game, but well, we'll get them next week. Now, lose here, well, we'll be back next year.
Yep. Yeah, next week for the loser. The next time it means anything is after Labor Day.
Please reset the game. 11-13, please.
This will be a little short of the 1st down with a 3rd down play upcoming. Earlier today, Indianapolis beat Kansas City. Indianapolis going to Baltimore next week. And the winner of the New England Jet game tomorrow goes to San Diego. Winner of this game again, either to Chicago or New Orleans, depending on the outcome of the Eagle-Giant game tomorrow.
I think in this situation here, the Cowboys on this down have to get the 1st down. You wouldn't want to be sitting there with a 4th and short and have that decision.
Barber is the tailback. Gets it and comes up short. Barber on 3rd or 4th and short this year was only 10 for 20, which is the lowest success among the guys who had carried the ball any number of times, at least 10 times, and so he comes up short here again.
Right, and this is why this was such a big play, because if you don't get the first down, and they didn't get the first down, you're going to have to kick the field goal. You'd like to go for it on fourth down. You'd like to say 2 down, but you lost a little, so you have to do what the Cowboys are doing now. Big play for Seattle.
29-yard attempt for Grammatica, and that one is good. A little bit of a screwball as it faded to the right, but through the uprights it goes, and Dallas's lead is 7.
There's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back the world.
Stunning video, MP3 sound, broadband speed internet, and email. All working flawlessly together in one ultra-thin device. The new Blackjack. Only from Singular.
Jared here. Michael Strahan here.
Subway Restaurants is known for tasty low-fat subs, like this 6-inch Subway Club, or foot-long, and it's still half the fat of a McDonald's Big Mac.
But the real surprise, it's got twice the meat. Fills me up without slowing me down.
Less fat.
More meat.
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 Less fat.
More meat!
The delicious foot-long Subway Club, less than half the fat of a McDonald's Big Mac,
but twice the meat.
Subway.
Eat fresh.
Tomorrow, it's deal
or no deal.
Deal or no deal goes double or nothing. Plus, you at home can win $100,000. All new special Deal or No Deal tomorrow at an early time, 7, 6 Central on NBC.
A little quiet before the storm here in Seattle as this one is set up for a pretty good finish. Dallas on top 20-13, 10-15 remaining in the fourth quarter. Grammatica to kick off. Burleson to run it back. From the 4. Out to the 27. Austin making the stop. This game brought to you by Sprint. Be a better fan with NFL Mobile only from Sprint. Power up. By Wendy's. Do Wendy's new deluxe value meals. Do what tastes right. By UBS, a global financial firm with the heart and soul of a two-person organization, you and us. And by the all-new 2007 Lincoln MKX. Seattle, Washington, 1st and 10. As this drive begins with a 2-yard pickup by Sean Alexander, down we go to Andrea.
Well, there had been so much enthusiasm going into the game about the return of Darrell Jackson and DJ Hackett. Jackson re-aggravated his hyperextended toe that kept him out the past 3 games. He is out. DJ Hackett sprained his ankle. He was on the side. They were retaping it. He was grimacing as they were retaping it. They're calling his return probable, but he's been limping along the sideline, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that.
So they're back where they were a few days ago. They had a 2-back set here. You've got Branch, Ingram, and Burleson are their receivers. And, of course, they could go to Seneca Wallace from time to time as well, as he did first. Bobby Ingram making the catch over the middle at the 40-yard line for a first down.
Boy, Bobby Ingram is really something in that slot. And go in there against the Cowboys, and Roy Williams is in there, you're going to get a hit. And here he just starts to the outside, pushes off a little, comes to the inside, and makes that play. There's number 31, Roy Williams, waiting for him. But Bobby Ingram is an old pro, tough guy, and one of the real good slot players, a guy that plays right in that position where he can go in or out.
Team 11, Hasselback, throwing, and there he is again. Coming out of the slot, going across the field, and Terrence Newman covering on the play. Williams knocks him down but not until he gains 30 yards.
This is what it looks like if you're Matt Hasselbeck. You're going to see Bobby Ingram coming from the left, coming across, and he just leads him perfectly right over Terrence Newman. That was a perfect pass. I mean, he put it where Bobby Ingram could get it and Terrence Newman couldn't.
From the 30, Hasselbeck going deep, and double coverage that time on Burleson. And Tony Parrish with Newman covering on the play. And a flag. Parcells is saying that was an uncatchable
pass interference, number 41, defense. First down at the 1-yard line.
Calling it on Newman, and you looked at Parcells and he said, no, it was over his head. 28-yard penalty.
Here's Newman right there. He grabbed his arm and gave him a little push. That's the sign for it was over his head. He couldn't catch it.
He could catch it.
Yeah. Right. You see that left hand in there? He had the left hand around his arm.
And definitely a catchable ball. First and goal now. Alexander swings to the outside, and Ware takes him out. Ware got through, made Alexander not only go down the line of scrimmage, but backpedal. And from the 1-yard line, they go back to the 8-yard line.
Yeah, what they do, they put an extra lineman in there, Tom Ashworth, and then they get inside of him. Ware gets inside of him, gets a little penetration, and it didn't take much there to knock down Sean Alexander. But if there's a big play guy on this defense, front seven, it's 94.
Well, if they hold him to the field goal, that is a huge play. Second down and goal from the 8-yard line. Hasselbeck throws incomplete, intended for Ingram, but the pressure was put on by Marcus Spears from his end spots. The third down and goal now from the 8-yard line.
Yeah, and that's what they haven't been getting. I mean, they haven't been getting any pass rush at all from their base defensive ends, either Chris Canty or Marcus Spears. And here you get in this situation when you need a play, and they get one from Marcus Spears. Look at this. There's no one out here. Mo Moore. If he would have just come up there and seen that and just thrown it out there to him, that would have been an easy touchdown.
Third down and goal now from the 8. They empty the backfield. Alexander in motion. Hasselbeck throws. Caught 1-yard line, but that's Jeremy Stevens. So they're at about the 1.5. Mike Holmgren. 3 points. Make it a 4-point game. What do you do?
I mean, I can see what Mike Holmgren is already going to do. He's going to go for it. So if you say that he ought to kick it, you'd be second guessing. And, he's going for the win right here. I mean, back when I was coaching, I would have kicked it, and he's going for the win.
Fourth and goal from the 2. It's been a game of big fourth down plays. And this time it's a defensive fourth down play. Will Heller, a tight end who they haven't thrown to. Hasselbeck wants a penalty for forcing him out of bounds, but they'll turn it over on downs. Big play by Ware.
I really had a great time tonight.
You look fantastic.
You really look fantastic.
Thank you.
I hope we can do it again sometime soon.
I hope we can do it again sometime soon.
I'd love that.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
No.
On the field or in life. Motorola Innovations changed the game.
You're killing us.
Motorola, game-changing innovations. And now get Moto's latest game changer, the Moto Crazer at Sprint.
Excuse me, I didn't know Milan came with all-wheel drive.
Yeah, you can't get that on Camry or Accord.
Wow. It had me just on the looks.
Mercury Milan's the only car in its class with all-wheel drive, 6 airbags, and anti-lock brakes.
It's a great find.
Now lease Mercury Milan for just $208 a month and click on mercuryvehicles.com for more reasons why.
You've got to put Mercury on your list.
What do you get when a financial firm with 70,000 people in 50 countries takes the time to understand your needs, as if it's just the two of you. Could it be the most powerful two-person financial firm in the world? You and us, UBS.
Wednesday, a town divided.
You wouldn't even look me in the eye. It's done.
And a daughter who decides enough is enough.
Do it!
All new Friday Night Lights, Wednesday on NBC.
A look at a frustrated Matt Hasselback who couldn't convert on a 4th down. It was 1st and goal from the 1 after the interference, and then Ware made that big play, and the next thing you know, Dallas has the ball, and the pass out here to Glenn, and Glenn's going to lose the ball, but is it going to be saved before it goes out of bounds? And they're going to say yes for a touchdown. Kelly Jennings knocked the ball loose. Michael Boulware winds up with it. And before anything is over and done with here, we'll take a look at a million angles. And Parcells, of course, wants to see what he's going to challenge it. But clearly, the officials all get together. You had a ton of things going on here, beginning with the catch, the fumble. Was the ball kept in bounds and recovered in bounds? Here's Glenn. Play is still alive. Then he gets hit.
Okay, now does someone go out of bounds before it gets to the end zone?
Is a catch and a fumble recovered in the end zone by Seattle for a touchdown.
All right, so Jennings creates the fumble. Now watch this. The ball appears to be out of bounds. It's Tatupa who leaps over Peterson, and then Boulware, does he have possession? Is he stepping out of bounds? So you have 100 things that Parcells can ask to look at. They will challenge.
Whoa! Oh, we're talking.
The ruling on the field of a touchdown.
Tutti mi chiedono, tutti mi vogliono, donne e ragazzi, vecchie fanciulle, qua la parrucca, presto la barba, qua la sanguigna, presto via.
The all-new Lincoln MKX. Beauty, luxury, and all the fresh air you'll ever need.
My dream is to share my passion with others.
Life's calling. Where to next?
Somebody bring me a Diet Pepsi, but don't shake it this time.
I get a Diet Pepsi. I get a Diet Pepsi.
Nobody comes to our house and doesn't bring Diet Pepsi. Nobody. You drank my Diet Pepsi.
So
that's not nice.
Time out! Time out! The Diet Pepsi truck just got here.
I just wanted one cold Diet Pepsi. Is that too much to ask for?
Nobody asked me if I wanted the Diet Pepsi.
These classic moments brought to you by Diet Pepsi.
When I signed up for Vonage, I was able to keep my phone number, and then when I moved, I was able to take it with me.
Call quality is the utmost. It projects my business. And with Vonage, it's perfect.
Vonage and reliability, that just kind of goes hand in hand.
It's just $24.99 a month for unlimited local and long-distance calling, including free calls to Canada and Europe.
Get 1 month free. Call 1-800-959-4VON.
Vonage, a better way to phone for less.
Thursday, the committed to comedy night done right.
What we lack in Flash, we will make up for with hard work,
Oompa loompa,
decency, and
boobs.
An all-new Office Thursday on NBC.
All right, they're still looking at this. Here's what I think is going to happen. I think this is going to wind up as a safety. A lot of things to look at. First things first, is it a catch? Okay, so you've got Romo throwing. Glenn makes the catch, stumbles. He's still not touched. So the ball is still alive. Jennings then creates the fumble. Now the ball is alive. Now what's going to happen here is that Peterson is going to come in. Peterson is inbounds. Tatupa is going to go over Peterson. But here's why this play is going to get overturned. It's very simple. Right there, Tatupa, as he is able to get the ball back into the end zone, has his foot on the line. So it's alive until that point, but Tatupa has his foot on the line. They will overturn this, is what my guess is going to be, and the end result is going to be a safety. Here's Walt Anderson.
After reviewing the play, Seattle, number 51, his left foot is touching the sideline when he contacts the ball. This puts the ball out of bounds behind the goal line. It is a safety. Dallas is not charged with a timeout.
Yep, he saw it the same way that you saw it, and that's exactly what it was. It was a pass, it was a catch, it was a fumble. Wasn't recovered in the end zone, or it would have been a touchdown. And because it wasn't, it's a safety.
So that makes and what happens now is that Dallas has a free kick. So in a 5-point game, the Seattle Seahawks will get the ball after the free kick with 6.5 minutes to play in the fourth. What a bizarre play. And just to go back one other play, when back on the fourth down play, on the Seattle fourth down play, and he wanted Heller ruled pushed out of bounds because he was pushed. The reason that Heller was allowed to be pushed out of bounds is that Hasselbeck was out of the pocket. So when he was pushed out, I think it was Newman who pushed Heller out of bounds, that was legal.
Right, because that makes, once he gets out of the pocket, that makes Hasselbeck a runner, and then you can defend against a blocker.
Apart from that, nothing's going on here.
No, so we get a free kick here, and the Seahawks should get pretty good field position because the free kick, you usually have your punter punt the ball along with your kickoff coverage. And then the return team is your kickoff return along with your punt returner as a returner.
And you got to mix and match with the Seattle special teams because of all of the injuries. Bob Basulo's unit. 31-yard line. Nate Burleson will field it there after the McBriar free kick. He's going to run him down. Nate Jones will run him down, and they'll run him out of bounds at the 50-yard line. So good field position for Hasselbeck and company, trailing by 5. Some of the numbers thus far. Matt Hasselbeck tonight with a touchdown, 2 interceptions, almost 200 yards. Tony Romo, 160 yards and a touchdown. Big play was that Miles Austin 93-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. Watching himself on the big board as he scored. Then that last play, which results in the safety, which makes it 20-15. And now the Seahawks have the ball at the 50.
And the Seahawks have plenty of time here. I think they want to take their time. I mean, this isn't something where you have to go into hurry-up offense. I think you take your time. I still think you have good mixture, run the ball, those kinds of things.
Hasselbeck over the middle, and that's caught by the fullback, Matt Strong. The 44-yard line, Aiken Adell, the linebacker, in on the hit.
You know, one of the things that surprised me when the Seattle Seahawks were down there that they didn't throw it to the fullback in the flat. Remember there for a while? Dallas couldn't. I don't know if they ever have covered the fullback in the flat down the goal line. They made everyone who would play Cowboy defense, every fullback could be an all-pro.
Those New Orleans and Atlanta games in particular. McCarney with 3 touchdowns for the Saints. Justin Griffiths at Atlanta. That ball taken to the 41-yard line, and upcoming now a 3rd and 1.
Yeah, don't you feel that Mike Holmgren is trying to slow the game down here, that everything was up-tempo, fast, in and out of the huddle, those kinds of things here, trying to slow it down, get some good mixture, drive down, get a touchdown, and win this game.
3rd and 1. Alexander slips a would-be tackle in the back. That was Roy Williams who came flying in, tried to upend him by the ankles. He couldn't. Alexander able to slip by him, pick up the first down, and you see the frustration on Williams' face.
Yeah, right, and great by Sean Alexander. I mean, to have that instinct right there, that Roy Williams hits that hole, he's right square on him, and you have to make a little move. You don't expect to have to make a move 3 yards from the line of scrimmage. You expect to make your move once you get into and through the line of scrimmage. That had to be a shock to Sean Alexander.
They empty the backfield on first down with 4.5 to go. Hasselbeck. Deep over the middle. Stevens, touchdown. Jeremy Stevens to put Seattle back up on top, and they'll go for 2 over Roy Williams. 37 yards for the go-ahead touchdown.
You know, that's the thing that's been haunting these Dallas Cowboys is big plays in the passing game against their defense. One linebacker bumps them, another linebacker bumps them, and they just hit it right down in that cover 2 right in the zone. They just hit it over the linebackers and in front of the safety. Brady James is a middle linebacker. He was trying to run with him. He has to get deep in that cover two. You have two safeties, and he just hit Jeremy Stevens right between the safeties and over the linebackers.
So they'll go for two to try to make it a 3-point game so that a field goal would only tie it and not potentially win it. Alexander is the back. Burleson comes in motion. Hasselback looking to convert. Rolling away. Can't get away from where. Throws up a prayer. So that would mitigate against the potential overtime because it's a 1-point game. Seattle on top 21-20 with 4:24 remaining in the fourth. A wild card game from Seattle.
If we take my Milan, you can just plug that right in.
Cool. Do you have directions to the meeting?
Yeah, they're right here. Mercury Milan has all the right stuff in the right size.
This is a lot cooler than our boss's car.
Don't tell her that.
Now lease Mercury Milan for just $208 a month and click on mercuryvehicles.com for more reasons why.
You gotta put Mercury on your list.
Here's to men, to guys who want to spend more time having fun and less time in the men's room. And here's to Flomax. It's approved to treat male urinary symptoms due to BPH, also called an enlarged prostate. In 1 week, Flomax may help symptoms like frequently waking up at night to go, going often, going urgently, weak stream. Ask your doctor if symptoms are from BPH, not prostate cancer. Common side effects of Flomax are runny nose, dizziness, and decrease in semen. Upon standing, a sudden decrease in blood pressure may occur, rarely resulting in fainting. So when starting Flomax, avoid situations could result. To learn more, call 866-4FLOMAX. Ask your doctor. Flomax could make a difference in 1 week.
Extra strength Rolaids Plus quickly relieves heartburn. And now, it does something more. Now Rolaids stops the pressure and bloating of gas with the most effective anti-gas medicine. Tums doesn't. Rolaids Plus Soft Chew. Gas.
Tomorrow, the premiere of the new NBC Sunday starts with an all-new Deal or No Deal. Then, it's the premiere of Grease, You're the One That I Want, and the premiere of The Apprentice LA. The new NBC Sunday starts tomorrow, 7/6 Central on NBC.
Tomorrow on NBC, New Deal or No Deal, the premiere of Grease, You're the One That I Want, and The Apprentice, now back in LA. Tomorrow, Sunday, right here on NBC. That's Seattle looking toward the southeast. Gorgeous skyline.
Isn't this a beautiful city? You know, you come up here, and every time you come up, you say, "This is a beautiful city." Well, you remembered that from the last time.
That Perry Como showing the bluest skies I've ever seen her in Seattle. Get a couple of sun breaks this week, not many, from the 9-yard line. Miles Austin. Because you and I are the only guys in the ballpark who know who Perry Como was. Not a few others.
No, Perry Como was a crooner, and there aren't any crooners anymore. Have you noticed that?
No crooners.
No.
You're right.
What happened to the crooner?
They'll be back.
You think so?
Bill Parcells is liable to be crooning if the Cowboys come from behind and win this one.
When we find out about Tony Romo, you know, we talked about the experience at quarterback, and even Bill Parcells said that if the Seattle Seahawks have an advantage, it's a veteran quarterback.
From the 28-yard line on first down. That pass is caught by Creighton, and Creighton will pick up 11 to the 39-yard line. First down.
You know, it was something, and, you know, talking to Tony Romo, he was saying that, you know, that I do pretty well on first things. Remember, the first game that he started in the preseason was here against Seattle, and he played the whole game and did well. Game that he started against Carolina in regular season, he played well. He said going into the unknown, he usually does well, and this, the first playoff game.
Jones, 43-yard line. Grant Wistrom making the tackle. one of the storylines coming into the game. What about the cornerbacks for Seattle? Banged up. They're missing the 2 starters and the number 4 corner. But so far tonight, well, look at Owens. He's caught only 1. Len 4 for 41. But all things considered, John Marshall should be pretty proud of his defense.
Yeah, they took away.
If you joined us late, Pete Hunter a week ago is watching football on television and going bowling. Former Cowboy, but they were so depleted in the secondary, they had to go deep down the list. Find somebody on the street, that's what you call finding somebody on the street.
Right, and not only finding someone on the street, is taking them off the street and putting them in a playoff game.
At the 46-yard line, first down. 3 minutes left in regulation. Draw. Big exploited by Jones. Inside the 20. Hamlin finally rides him down at the 11-yard line.
You know, Hamlin was about 20 yards deep on that play. So if you break free, you're going to run it 20 yards. Look where Hamlin is. He's the free safety. I mean, he's 20 yards deep. So there's no one in here. And once you break this, you're going to run it to the safety. And the safety's 20 yards back there. Boy, that is as close to a gimme run as you can get.
And another benefit to Dallas on that is that he was tackled inbounds. So now the clock starts working against Seattle because Dallas clearly in field goal range. You have to start thinking about when you have to come from behind again. They give it to Jones, and you can see that Parcells said there was a moment in between plays when we were doing the replay. You could tell him just the way his body language was expressed. Take your time.
This
Take
is the 2-minute warning.
We come to the 2-minute warning. Dallas has 3 timeouts, but more importantly, Seattle has 2. 1-point game. What a finish.
Sweet ride. Yeah. That was amazing. Let's do it.
With thank you points from your Citi credit card and for your everyday banking at Citibank, it's easier to get the rewards you want. 11-CITI.
Dallas Cowboy Roy Williams covers more ground than just about anyone in the NFL.
I'll be right there.
But even he can't be there for every child that needs his help. Hey, you're good with kids, aren't you? Maybe you can give them a hand. Help the NFL and United Way strengthen your community. Volunteer at unitedway.org.
Sunday, January 14th, Crossing Jordan returns.
She's out for blood. What do you want? I want to kill you.
Crossing Jordan returns Sunday, January 14th at 10/9 Central, only on NBC.
Post-game show coming up from Seattle after the game. The rock star of the game, highlights and interviews as we're set up for a wild finish. 21-20 Seattle. Dallas clearly in field goal range. The key now is utilization of timeouts. The Dallas Cowboys have a 2nd down and 10. Seattle is going to have to use its timeouts here on defense to conserve the clock and then take their chances after what you would assume would be a dramatic field goal and go down the field. Unless Dallas wants to take a chance, John, and try to score a touchdown.
Right, and that's not bad because you say Seattle's going to have to stop him now, take a timeout. Stop him again, take a timeout. Hold them to a field goal. Then if they do that, they'll get the ball back and have about a minute. Now, Dallas knows that too. So as you say, they think the heck was settling for a field goal. I got a couple of downs here. Let's go a play action pass. But do you put it in Tony Romo's hands in this situation? Because you have the field goal now.
Question. Jones is cramping up, so he's on the sideline. Barber's in the back. They give it to Barber. Barber tries to find some room, takes it to the 8. Seattle's going to have to take a timeout here defensively, and they do. Now, they'd already used one, so that's their second. They have one remaining.
Mike Holmgren ran down to the 20-yard line to take that timeout himself because he knows that, and he's going to take it after this third down play if they stop him. Now the other thing for Dallas, if you trust your quarterback, if you trust your offense, I think you ought to have a third down play that you just throw it to the back cone, and if you catch it, then you have a touchdown. If you don't, then you kick the field goal. Of course, that does stop the clock, and then they don't have to use their timeout. See, here's a back cone, and I think that's where you throw it to, where you have a receiver coming into that area, and you just throw it right here, where either your guy gets it, or it goes right here out of bounds. And you just take one shot. So that's the thing. You can take a third down shot. If you don't get it, you kick the field goal.
So 3rd down and 7. If they keep it on the ground and don't score, they've got to take their timeout. Seattle lost one of its timeouts on the unsuccessful challenge. Romo spins, throws, caught, Witten, but he's going to be tackled at the 1. Is it going to be a first down is the question. Take a look at the official's foot. Appears to be over the yellow line. It will be a first down. Gigantic play right there. They don't get the touchdown, but they get the first down. Seattle is now down its last time out. In effect, Dallas is going to be able to take it down to zeros.
Hey, Bill Parcells pulled a Boise State. He was saying that the other night that he'd watched that game, and he said, well, wasn't that something the way that coach did? I mean, he went for 2, and I think that Bill Parcells came into this game knowing and thinking that he was going to roll the dice.
And you know what Mike Holmgren's thinking right now? Let him score. The only chance Seattle has, they're going to review this spot, by the way, not challengeable with inside 2 minutes, but upstairs in the booth they're going to look at it. There is no way that Seattle's going to get the ball back unless they let Dallas score, which kind of reminds you, goes back to the Green Bay-Denver Super Bowl when the same thing happened. When you allowed a touchdown because you have to get the ball back. Otherwise, you only have one timeout. Dallas can end the game by kneeling down. So, in effect, you want to open up the C here. And the question is, will Dallas take advantage of it? Now, meanwhile, take a look at this. They're going to see exactly where the spot is. Witten makes the catch. Yellow line unofficial. His forward progress appears, from that angle anyway, to be over the yellow line.
I don't know. It's very close, though. I mean, it doesn't look like that ball. Again, it's where the ball is. The ball has to cross. Again, that yellow line being unofficial, but the ball has to cross that point, and I don't think it did.
Lofa Tutupu makes the tackle, but this is going to be some call for Walt Anderson here. Because when you talk about conclusive evidence, normally if there's a boundary or a line, it's conclusive. But here, what is conclusive? I mean, you're sort of groping a little bit as to exactly where you're going to put the ball down when you come back out on the field.
See, he has to get to the 1 yard line, so he can use that yard line too. And again, the ball has to get to there. It doesn't make any difference where his helmet is or his elbow is or his feet. It's where the ball is.
This is as tough a call as a ref is going to have. I don't know where you put the ball here.
The receiver's forward progress was stopped at the 1.5. It's 4th down.
Yeah,
wow.
4th down, yeah. Because he had to get to the 1, and the 1.5 is 4th. And now Bill Parcells is going to have to kick that field goal. As I said earlier, the Seahawks are going to get the ball back, and they'll have a minute to go.
So Tutupu has kept Seattle, in effect, alive at this point. Here he comes. Well, I tell you what, he said the 1.5.
Seattle.
You tell me.
Where the ball was? Did you think it passed the 1?
It looked like more like the 1.25.
Oh, yeah. Well, as long as it's not, the minus, or it's not the half.
Right.
As long as the 1 and anything, it's not a first down.
So, if you're Parcells now, you're almost compelled to go for the field goal.
You have to kick the field goal.
Seattle had to take a timeout. Once the play was reviewed by Walt Anderson, the clock was going to start again, so Holmgren had to take the timeout. So Seattle is now out of timeouts. Now you have to try to take the lead here with Grammatica. In effect, a field goal the distance of an extra point. Then, with a minute and minus what this play takes, Seattle will get the ball, and all they will need is a field goal to win the game. And they've got the best clutch field goal kicker in America this year in Josh Brown. Meanwhile, here's Gramatica. Romo holds. 19-yard field goal attempt. Oh, it is fumbled by Romo, and then Romo's going to run to the end zone, and he's going to get tackled by Jordan Babineau. Amazing.
Unbelievable.
How crazy is this?
There is nothing automatic in football. Oh, the ball just slipped out of his hands. Yep. It was a good snap. And he went to put it down, and it just slipped. Jordan Babineau, big tackle there. How about the Tupu's tackle, though? That third down play.
Wow.
Your whole season comes down to that.
Amazing. And you know, one of the crazy things about this sport is that if you're a regular quarterback, you almost never are the holder. In fact, the only regular quarterback who started was Jake Denver, who didn't wind up as the regular because Cutler took over. And one of the reasons Romo was the holder because he was the backup quarterback.
Number 68 is reporting as an eligible receiver. Number 68 is...
So one of the things that might have happened had Romo started the season is he wouldn't have been the holder in the first place. But he is out. And this is the way Dallas' season most likely this year for the Cowboys. Hasselback from the 2-yard line. Dallas, however, all of its timeouts. But Alexander is going to try to render that move out to the 22-yard line. Tackled by Parrish. Still had all of its timeouts. Hold them inside the 10 without a first down, and here's Alexander coming off shaken up. They would have had a chance to get the ball back.
Boy, did he explode on that play. But Sean Alexander with a lead block right there, running off his lead, wide open, making a burst. You know, he is really good with his off arm. Watch him, the ball's in his right arm, but watch his left arm. I mean, the way that he just plays off would-be tacklers. Romo is thinking, what the heck? But, you know, going back to that shot, I mean, that third down play, you know, I say when you're going to take it, you have to throw it in the end zone. And when you throw it before the goal line, that can happen to you. And then this, I mean, this just has to be a nightmare here.
Oh, well, one of the reasons the Bengals don't get into the playoffs is what happens in Denver. When they're ready to tie the game and at least send it into overtime, and the extra point was missed.
You know, and that's the K ball there. You know, that's not the same ball that he uses as a quarterback.
Now Dallas is going to take a timeout. That's Maurice Marr carrying. Romo could still wind up with the ball in his hands because they can't run the clock out.
Well, he better get his head up.
Yeah, he better.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, his hand is bleeding, the left ring finger full of blood.
Yeah,
but his night might not be done.
No, and someone better tell them that, you know, and get him back in this thing because, you know, he's over there, you know, kind of feeling bad about losing a game and kind of pouting. You got to get back up. And if there's any chance, I mean, you know, until someone, you know, shoots off the gun, the game's over. You're still playing. You can't get down. You can't give up. You can't say it's all over. Nothing is all over.
One more timeout for the Cowboys, which they'll take right here at the end of this play. Alexander comes back in.
Well, that's good news for Seahawks fans.
They give it to him. He'll get stopped. Timeout, Dallas. Their final. Okay, so now what you're going to have here is play, and then they're going to run as much of the clock off as they can. Then they're going to be forced to punt, assuming it's 4th down. And then Romo should get the ball back with, he hopes, 10, 12, 15 seconds. 4th quarter. Some key plays here. Hasselbeck, this was a 4th and 2 play as they passed up the opportunity for a field goal. Turned it over. Very next play, you had the fumble by Glenn. Seattle, for the moment, thought the touchdown. Turned out to be a safety. Then you had Stevens catching the pass from Hasselbeck over the middle. And then the field goal to move them ahead. The box hold by Romo. Can't get to the end zone. Seattle gets it back. Tony's got his helmet back on because somebody did tell him, John, you're probably coming back into the game.
Right, we still have a shot here. I mean, someone's telling him, you get up, get your head up, and we're going to get another shot at these guys. Because, as you said, there will be a timeout, then they'll let the clock. But with the punt, the clock does stop and change of possession, so they'll have time to get a good play out there.
Dallas must stop him here. Here's Alexander around the left side. He doesn't want to go out of bounds. That's the last thing, out to the 29-yard line. So now you've got about, just looking at this, about 9 seconds difference between the play clock and the game clock. So you take it down to 1, then you punt, and then by the time you finish with the run back, you're down to 1 if you're Dallas. There it is right there, about 7 seconds difference. And Seattle's going to take it all the way down. They don't have a timeout, so they're going to get a delay of game penalty as soon as it stops, which it will in 1 second. So now you're down to 8 on the clock.
Delay of game, offense, 5-yard penalty. It's still 4th down.
If there were about 3 seconds here, you could just snap it and run, have the punter run back and forth until the time's out. With 8 seconds, you can't do that.
No.
And again, a safety could come in, if you had more than a 2-point lead, but with a 1-point lead, that doesn't come into play here. So you have to punt the ball.
Everybody up on the line for Dallas. It's a low snap, and Plaquemire is able to dig it out, and then it winds up out of bounds, and there's going to be enough time for 1 play on the clock. The official will mark it off at the 50-yard line, at the 50. So there's 1 play left in the game, barring a defensive foul. Remember, if you get an interference call or a holding call against the defense or whatever, there's an untimed play. That's a 26-yard punt after Plaquemire had to dig the snap out.
I bet I know what the play. Bill Parcells, it's going to be that hook and ladder play. They call it Valley Rant is what they call it, but it's going to be that type of thing, again, like we saw in that Boise State game.
So Romo will come up to the line.
But Seattle has 3 defensive backs standing on the goal line.
3 goalies. Romo stepping up. He's going to go to the end zone. It's going to be a jump ball in the end zone. Incomplete. End of game. The Cowboys are done. Seahawks go on. New Orleans. This would have made it 23-21. What a game. Our postgame coming right up.
Tonight, if you're looking Local News Golden Globe nominee Alec Baldwin hosts Saturday Night Live with music by Christina Aguilera plus Steve Martin. Or not. Tonight on NBC.
If you're in the market for an all-wheel drive vehicle, start at CompareFord.com because Ford has more all-wheel drive vehicles than any other brand. From the Fusion to the 500 to the Freestyle and the all-new Ford Edge. Comfortably equipped at $25,995 with a traction of available all-wheel drive. Compare the competition. You won't find more all-wheel drive vehicles with better mileage and a better deal. For local incentives, go to CompareFord.com. Visit your Northwest Ford stores today.
Mom, I think it's time I got my own cell phone.
Phones are expensive. Wouldn't you rather get a tattoo?
Dad, I think it's time I got my own cell phone.
I think it's time you got a job.
Dad, could I have my own cell phone?
Your kids will run up a huge wireless bill?
What? I can't hear you.
Now with T-Mobile, families get more minutes to share. 1,000 for just $49.99. T-Mobile, stick together.
Every day during this special celebration, we prepare dreams brew in ways you've never imagined. Come live your dream during the year of a million dreams going on right now at the place where dreams come true. And now for a limited time, kids fly free. Call or visit Disneyland.com.
Call right after the game on King 5.
So many things to talk about. Where do you begin with this one? There's your final score, 21-20. Recap first. You go back to the touchdown. Patrick Creighton just before the half. This was the first touchdown of the game. It made 6 Dallas. Creighton fights his way into the end zone. Jeremy Stevens, second, gave Seattle the lead again at 13-10 on that touchdown reception, but then Miles Austin answered with a 93-yard kickoff return, and Dallas was back out in front 17-13. A Grammatica field goal made the score 20-13. Then this wild play, a near touchdown for Seattle, but the Tupu's foot was on the line as he tried to save it. It was a safety that made it 20-15. Then you had Jeremy Stevens catching his second touchdown pass of the night, 37 yards there. Conversion failed. You had Romo hitting what originally was a first down and might have ended the game. They had to settle for a field goal attempt, and of all things, Romo mishandles the snap, can't get in. Dallas got the ball back for one final play, a Hail Mary into the end zone, which fell incomplete.
Tomorrow, we're going to throw a playoffs party in my backyard. Big screen TV, lots of cold, refreshing Coors Light.
You kidding me?
No! We're even going to play touch football with the neighbors.
I don't care who you play.
Coach, there's going to be girls at our party. You think we should talk to them about the playoffs?
Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? Playoffs?
Taste the cold of Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL playoffs.
Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs?
Okay.
Don't talk about it.
I brought it
playoffs?
up.
Just gives me the feeling like she's not listening to me.
Have you tried not saying every other word?
What?
Remember your ski trip story?
Yeah.
I was going down the hill and there was a crowd and
come on, that's
and I was
not me.
Stuff either happens or it doesn't.
Holy.
Seattle wins it by 21-20. Matt Hasselbeck tonight throws for 240 yards, 2 touchdowns. He's with Andrea Kramer.
What a fourth quarter. What was going through your mind on that field goal when Tony Romo dropped it?
You know, honestly, I really wasn't watching. I was getting ready for a 2-minute drive, and I saw him running with the ball. I didn't know what to think.
7-yard touchdown to Jeremy Stevens.
Mike Holmgren, went to the well with the red zone play, even though we were in the red zone. And, they were playing a 2-deep zone, and it's up to Jeremy to run his route perfectly. He did. The guys outside held the safety, and it was a great play call, and those guys ran a great play.
What adjustments did you end up making? You had a slow first half. What adjustments?
Well, I didn't play very well in the first half. I was trying not to take sacks, and, at halftime they said, hey, just trust your protection more, step into your throws. Tried to do that a little bit more in the second half. The guys up front played really well. Dallas is good. DeMarcus Ware, all those guys, Roy Williams, they're a good team. So we knew it was going to be a game like this. We're happy we won.
With all the injuries to your defense, what about their performance tonight?
They played great, and, the 12th man was helping us out too. And, I really credit those guys that have stepped in and played for us. And not only the wideouts, Darryl went down, DJ Hackett went down. It's a team effort this year.
You said this is the best you've felt since the beginning of the season. You told us that. But where does this team compare to the NFC champs of a year ago?
Well, we're not that team. We're not at all. But it's time to be the new team, and we got to start playing better. And it's a lot of fun playing with these guys, though.
Matt, thanks for your time.
Yeah, thanks.
Andrea, thank you. We got to get off the air pretty soon. But one thing I think we need to talk about right now, because some people think this might be the end of Bill Parcells' career. We don't know. But the one thing that he expressed very clearly to us was that you don't make a career choice predicated upon one game. I'm sure there are people saying if any game is going to get this guy out of coaching, it's a loss like this. But he'll be reflective. He'll think about it. And then what do you see in the future for Bill, John?
I don't know. I just think that Bill Parcells is a coach that can't live without it, and I think that if he doesn't do that, I don't know if he knows what he would do. And I agree with you. That this is going to be devastating for him. This is as tough a loss in a playoff as you can have because of finality of it. You don't have next week, but I think that he'll get away for a while. He'll think about it. He'll get re-energized, and I would expect he'd be back.
Happy trails. What a year.
Well,
great,
thank you. Thank you, Al. It's been a great year. I really enjoyed
Terrific.
it. Terrific. You make it great.
You do too. Seattle wins it by a score of 21-20. On they go, and on we go into the offseason. Saturday Night Live follows your late local news except on the West Coast. And until we join up again from China for a preseason game next August, Al Michaels, John Madden, Andrea Kramer, our entire NBC sports crew saying good night from Seattle.
NBC Sports thanks you for watching this presentation of the National Football League.
This week, Jay's all new with Ben Affleck, Renee Zellweger, Kiefer Sutherland, John Edwards, and headlines.
Lick for cure.
This week.
What a game here at Quest Field with the Seahawks pulling out 21-20. The Mike Holmgren Show is next. The coach will join us live.
It's the big squeeze.
Middle-income homes close to our jobs getting harder to find.
Gridlock and sprawl hurting the environment.
Lawmakers must realize these issues won't fix themselves.
We're the Washington Realtors.
The legislature must help boost the choice of homes working families can afford.
Make roads, schools, and thriving neighborhoods a priority.
Log on to itsapriority.com.
Tell our local leaders to act now.
Stop the big squeeze.
3 days, 3 ways.
Are you ready?
Are you prepared? If a terrorist struck now, or a major earthquake strikes today, where will I be?
What will you do?
Where should I go? 3 days, 3 ways. Are you ready? 3 days of supplies, 3 ways to prepare. Have a plan, have a kit, get involved.
Visit 3days3ways.org and learn more about how you can prepare your family for a disaster.
Mom, are we ready?
High winds topple trees and knock out power at 11. What to expect next?
Always on. Always to the King5.com. When news breaks, King5.com features immediate and continuous updates with more streaming video and online exclusives from the Northwest's most trusted news source. While some other local news sites make you wait until the story is broadcast or printed, King5.com features the latest information as it's available. King5.com. Always on. Always up to the minute.
Make a first down. This 12th play of the drive, and it's caught by Stevens. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Live from Quest Field, it's the Mike Holmgren Show. Presented by your Western Washington Toyota dealers. For local specials, log on to Toyota.com. Now, your host, K5 Sports Director, Paul Sylvie.
Field, the Seahawks pulling out 21-20 over the Dallas Cowboys, and they move on to the playoffs. And joining us, Hall of Fame quarterback Warren Moon. And Warren just came out of the broadcast booth, so I'm not quite sure what he has left in the pipes, but let's talk about your first reaction to this game.
I just can't believe it. It's an unbelievable game. Everybody came into this game not knowing exactly what was going to happen between these two teams because the Cowboys hadn't played well the last 3 or 4 ball games. Seahawks just getting it back together. You thought it was going to be a high-scoring, wild affair. These two defenses really rose to the occasion today and played some great football.
Admit it. You know, you see the little chip shot field goal. You think it's over. You're packing up for the offseason, and then he drops that ball. Now, describe what's going on through Romo's mind when he catches that ball. He's looking for the snap.
Well, it was a pretty good snap, and he just didn't get the ball down. As he got the ball down, I'm sure in the weather up here, that ball was a little bit slick, and it just slipped out of his hand. And we saw that just a couple of weeks ago, Cincinnati against Denver. The Cincinnati kicker, same thing, trying to kick the winning or the tying extra point, and they let the ball get away. So we've seen this happen this year a bunch of times.
Well, let's talk about the football. I mean, as a quarterback, you know how that football feels and how it should feel.
Right.
At that point in the game, is it a new ball or is it
they're pretty worn out by that particular time. I'm sure they've used all the balls that were in their repertoire of balls for the game, and I'm sure that ball had been used. But again, it does get a little bit slippery at this time in the ball game, and who knows, Tony Romo, I don't know if he has big hands or not, and maybe it just slipped out of his hand. One of those errors that you just don't have at that particular time in the ball game, but for the Seahawks, it was a huge break.
Yeah, some people just don't realize that it's not the kick. I mean, that snap and the hold, the guy who's centering the guy who's holding is just as nervous as the guy who's kicking it. So it all has to work for him. It didn't work for the Cowboys, and the Seahawks pull it out thanks to a gift. Talk about this game, Warren. So many clutch moments in this game, and the first and goal really jumps out at us because there was a chance for the Seahawks to kind of take control and get some momentum, and they failed 4 down.
Lose yardage on the first down play with Sean Alexander losing 7 yards. All of a sudden now they're put in passing situations, and that makes it tough down there because the defense doesn't have as much area to cover, and the Cowboys have been putting a pretty good pass rush on Matt Hasselbeck as well as covering their receivers very well. So they did a good job of holding them back and not giving up any points down there.
You know, it goes to that 2-point conversion as well. You know, when they score a touchdown, 2-point conversion, everything is tight down there, as you mentioned. But let's talk about the 2-point conversion when the Seahawks had a chance to at least go up by 3.
Well, they had a bootleg pass call where Matt was rolling out to his right. He wanted to hit Will Heller into the right flat. He was covered, and also his secondary receiver behind him, Jeremy Stevens, was also covered. So the Cowboys just did a good job of covering up the play, really getting a lot of pursuit out there. Matt had nowhere to go with it, tried to buy some time, and finally had to throw the ball away. So the Cowboys, again, they really played some good defense today, but the Seahawks did the same thing. Whenever they needed to come up with the play, the ball up, they come right back with the big defensive play right after that to get a safety.
Man, so many shifts of momentum, so much emotion going on up and down throughout that fourth quarter, and it finally comes down to the Seahawks winning and moving on to the playoffs. And Greg Bailey standing outside the Seahawks locker room. Max Strong. Greg?
Well, Paul, Max Strong has seen it all in his long run here in Seattle. Have you ever seen
forward and backwards? I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'll let Rich know. Okay, guys? Okay.
Well, let's give Bill Parcells credit for one thing. Usually the coaches fall on that old crutch. I have to look at the film.
Yeah.
He saw the extra point. The field goal was essentially an extra point. Botch snap. Game over. He didn't make more of it than what was
Well, you
there.
know what? And you feel for Bill because you know what? On the road, your team plays above and beyond defensively. You put yourself in position. You ran the football well. And it really, we can't make anything more of it than it is. It was, whether it's a choke snap, hold, whether it's Tony slipping it out of his hands as the holder. These are elementary things you work on time and time again. The ball just was dropped. And a great effort by Jordan Babineau. People at home, this is what you keep playing every single down, 27 from behind. If, in fact, Romo lands another half yard, it's a first down. And he's got a chance because that was not a fumble. It was ruled down. He was short of the first down. And if he would have got a first down after this, they would have had the ball right in there to go at it for 4 more downs or kick a field goal on 3rd down after the first 2. But look at the effort by 27 Jordan Babineau from behind. If he quits on the play, Tony Romo may get in the end zone or get the first down. So never quit, and Bill said it. Don't make more of it than it is. What it is the ball's there. He dropped it, tried to put it down. The snap was just where it needed to be, maybe a tad inside. Tony Romo will handle that 99 times out of 100. The problem here, John, is that the one time he needed to handle it in single elimination, he laid it on the ground, which is too bad.
Did you ever have to do this?
I held for John Carney my last year of my career.
Okay, so how panicked is it when all of a sudden that goes? Because you can think it all through, but all of a sudden you're there and the ball's bouncing around in fire.
That's just it. First of all, as slow as I was, I never wanted to drop one, so I made sure I didn't. But in this situation, it is fire. You let everybody know that things are loose and you got to get things going. Tony Romo's athletic enough, and he almost made a play out of it. And it's going to be a memorable offseason for Tony. As good as he was, the ups and downs as a quarterback, the first 6 or 7 starts, he struggled. But this will be one. This is one of those, no matter what happens and how good you feel, to get over it, and it'll be hard. As Bill said, he doesn't know how Tony Romo is going to respond after this, nor do anybody else, nor does anybody who thinks they're an expert.
It didn't come up there in his news conference, but you could address to some degree the game management here at the end, because sometimes you kick that ball on third down to prevent what happens there. You get that second chance, but in this case, 1-point game, $1:20 on the clock. How would you have handled that situation?
Just like Bill did. Hits Jason Witten. You get him a sure-handed. He gets down there. They don't get the first down. It's close. Then you got to kick it. You'd love to have 2 downs, because if you'd have had 2 downs, sure, Tony Romo fumbles it, lays down on it, you call timeout, kick the next time. But I liked it. With 1:20 to go, we've seen how quickly Hasselbeck can get you down the field. I would have done the same thing. I would have waited, kicked it on 4th down like they did, and come on, it was the distance of an extra point or even closer than an extra point, and they just didn't get it done. And if you don't get it done like that on the road and you turn it over in the wrong situation, then guess what? You move on and go home, and the Seattle Seahawks find their way headed either to Chicago or to the winner to the Philadelphia situation. So we'll see.
All right, so stick around, because they win by 1. If they don't get the safety for 2, they lose by 1. So we want to talk about
they had
that.
4 downs that got shut down before that.
Well, some other things.
That's
so
right.
Stick around, Sean Salisbury, with more. Steve?
All right, fellas, right back at you shortly. Right back out to Seattle shortly as well. Next up on SportsCenter, you'll hear from Sean Alexander. Plus, the earlier game of the wild card playoffs today was rather surprising. Why the Colts defense was more than happy to be the hero against the Chiefs.
Nothing is impossible. It's a dirty word, a challenge dismissed with a rip and a shred. Winter X Games 11. It only happens here. January 25th through the 28th, live on ESPN and ABC.
The totally new Jeep Compass. With fold-flat passenger seats and a removable load floor. There's no end to the cool stuff you can take along for the ride. Jeep Compass. It's freedom in a whole new dimension.
When work hurts, you need relief that fits the pain.
The Icy Hot Sleeve joint hugging relief starts icy to dull the pain, then gets hot to relax it away. The Icy Hot Sleeve.
Hard working relief that fits the pain.
Bacon Breakfast Bistro Sandwich. Sonic's got it, others don't. Crisp bacon, fluffy eggs and cheese, piled high on toasted ciabatta bread. Try one this morning with a cranberry juice or any other juice, because Sonic is your ultimate drink stop.
Batteries Plus is your one-stop source for anything that needs a battery. Cars and trucks, DVD and MP3 players, cordless phones, children's toys, watches, and every other battery-powered gadget imaginable. And no matter what kind of cell phone you have, we can answer the call. Because if it needs a battery, all you need is Batteries Plus, America's battery experts.
Hi, I'm Travis. Visit us at Batteries Plus in Olympia for all your battery needs.
At Comcast, new opportunities are being created every day to push technology further, to inspire new ways of thinking, to connect every person with the rest of the world. That's why we need people who are willing to challenge themselves, people who see the world the way it is and the way it could be, those with determination, commitment, and vision, because together we will shape the future. To learn more about career opportunities, visit Comcast.com.
Get used to seeing this play, folks. This play will live in NFL playoff history. You're going to see this one forever. Tony Romo could not get the ball down. He actually caught the snap perfectly, but couldn't make the place on what would have been a 19-yard game-winning field goal by Martin Gramatica with 1:19 left. And then Romo was stopped on a shoestring tackle by Jordan Babineau before he could get it to the first down marker or even maybe into the end zone. Seahawks a winner. Ed Werder. Sean.
Hey, Sean, yes. Your mind for what appears to be a season-ending field goal.
You know, I'm telling everybody, this is a team that we just go through adversity. You know, we go through trials. Everybody comes out, gets hurt, comes back, gets hurt, comes back. Guys go down, guys get back up. I'm just really proud of this team because every week all we can do is play what we got, and we keep on doing it.
What did you see on that play? Where were you and what was going through your mind?
I was standing on the sideline and I said, you know, if we get the 35-yard line, we know Josh is going to make it if he gets there. And then I turned around to Dion and said, well, what if he misses it? Yeah, I was like, don't even say that. If this happened, it was perfect. Just how we planned it.
Went to the Super Bowl last year. What damage?
Well, you know what? Confidence is a dangerous thing. And hopefully we're starting to get it.
All right, Sean, thanks very much.
Well, it's not often that the ending of that game is the second most wacky play in the game because the Seahawks have a chance to take the lead, go in for the score, four downs, they turn the ball over. Here are the Cowboys, and suddenly we have what could have been a safety, could have been a touchdown, could have been a Cowboys ball. Let's go through that play that turned out to be really essentially the winning 2 points in the game, because if we don't have them, we have a 2019 ball game.
Absolutely. So what appeared to be a great goal line stand by the Cowboys, and I think a couple of bad play calls by the Seahawks ended up being great for the Seahawks because they forced a great play.
You can see where this was confusing to me.
No, absolutely, and it's still confusing me. Backed up. Now, you rarely see a little wide receiver hit screen out there with no blockers in a situation like this. Great effort. But when you see now the replay again, I want to watch how the corner drives on it, backed up, and you say your defense is going to put you in a situation, but great job by the corner driving on the ball. Now watch the move, falls down, fine. Now secure it. The fall down, he didn't get a chance to secure it. Great job of getting your hand on the ball to allow the Seahawks now to come in the rest of your teammates and make a play. Excellent tackling on the outside, and then you see everybody come out of it. Obviously it was out of bounds, the 2-point conversion, then the punt, and then that ends up being the difference in the game with the 1-point Seahawks victory. And now Seattle, depending on who the lowest seed is now, go to Chicago.
Right.
If, in fact, the Philadelphia Eagles beat the Giants, they end up going to New Orleans. If not, the lowest seed ends up in Chicago, and that would be the Giants if they were able to win.
They show you any reason to think they can win again next week? This is the defending NFC champs. Or they show you anything that in that game that they can win?
The fact that they did win and they still got to tee it up next week. Remember, the Bears hammered them when they played earlier on Alexander. If, in fact, they end up going to Chicago, I Matt Hasselbeck, I know he overcomes these things. Didn't play great, but I think he can overcome it. And there was some pretty good by the Cowboys defense, and I'm sure the Bears will be ready for whoever comes to town next week.
All right, we're going to talk AFC next, so you'll
be here.
That Chiefs Colts. Steve, show us how it happened.
All right, fellas, here you go. From today, the early game, Tony Dungy and the Colts, the worst run defense during the regular season, facing his pal, Herm Edwards, and the Chiefs. You know, they can run the ball with Larry Johnson, or so we thought. The Colts had allowed 170 rushing yards per game, allowed just 44 yards on the ground against the Chiefs today. That was supposed to be his big advantage. Big advantage was Peyton Manning in the passing game. There to Marvin Harrison, a 42-yard gain down to the 25. It would lead to a field goal. Chiefs facing 3rd and 5 at the 14. Trent Green sacked by Dwight Freeney, fumbled. Chiefs would recover and be forced to punt. That was a theme throughout the day. Here's Manning. Had all sorts of problems with Ty Law when he was a New England Patriot. He's got a problem with it here. Now he's got to try to make a tackle on Law. Law had 2 interceptions of Manning in the game. Peyton threw 3 picks during the afternoon. After a Colts goal line stand, Lawrence Tynes, no good. Off the iron in the upright, 23-yarder, can't do it. Colts had a 9-0 lead at the half. Adam Vinatieri kicked 3 field goals. Lovie Smith, the Bears head coach, in attendance for this one. Joseph Adai, he's in the end zone. Adai finished with 122 rushing yards and a score. Trent Green, Gonzalez, Chiefs go for 2, get it. It's 16-8. Here in the 4th, there's the put away. Manning to Reggie Wayne. Colts advance on. Here's Bob Holtzman.
Larry Johnson's a good back. I don't envision us holding him to, 25 yards on 12 carries.
Tony Dungy made it clear on Tuesday he expected this. No, the Colts didn't hold Larry Johnson to 25 yards on 12 carries. They held him to 32 yards on 13 carries. It was a stunning performance by the league's worst run defense after a week of hearing they'd be overmatched.
I mean, I've never seen us get dragged so bad in the media. You know, this is going to be the worst game. They're going to rush for 350 yards. I mean, that just tells you it does not matter what anybody says outside of the 11 guys that are on the field.
We could care less if you guys say that, you know, we can't tackle, we're too little, you know, you guys, the worst defense ever. You know, we love that. Bring it on.
After a whole week of them hearing, I know they were sick of it. I was sick of it hearing I was going to run all over top of them. And, you know, they had a lot of pride. And you're not going to be a good defense if you don't have any pride.
Colts defensive tackle Anthony McFarland told me after the game that even when the Colts run defense was at its worst, Dungy never considered making changes. He says the Colts coach told his team, we have the right defense, we just need to tackle better. And McFarland says that's why players love Dungy, because he doesn't panic. In Indianapolis.
Settle on one or the other yet?
Oh, no, not at all. But if we going 3 more, I'll take it.
All right, Tony Romo almost got in on that last play. What were you guys thinking?
Just make sure everybody is back and so we get the chance to knock the ball down. So everybody was back there. That was a great job. And I'm glad we closed the game out.
All right, congratulations. Thank you.
You know, they're Warren, and Romo's a guy who basically just stumbled through the last few games, fumbling the ball over the place, throwing picks. Pretty solid outside of that one big mistake.
Yeah, he did all right. You know, for a young quarterback in his first playoff game on the road, I thought he played pretty well too. But he had a couple of key turnovers that didn't help their football game, especially that last one. But he's going to be a good quarterback for a long time. He's got good weapons around him. It's just a matter of him maturing and going through these experiences.
He had some weapons today, and the Seahawks defense had an answer for a lot of those weapons at Quest Fields. They knock off the Cowboys 21-20 thanks to the botched field goal attempt in the final seconds of this game. So the Seahawks take them out and advance to the next round of the playoffs. Nate Burleson is a guy who has certainly made a name for himself on punt returns, and Nate Burleson joins us now here on the Mike Holmgren Show.
Here, Nate, you guys are moving on to the second round to beat the Dallas Cowboys.
It feels great just to get a victory in general. It's a tremendous game. I couldn't imagine what the fans are going through, the people watching on TV. This is what playing football is all about. I'm just thankful that we got the victory and we can live to see another playoff game.
All right, you talk about what the fans are going through. What's your heart going through? An emotional one today. A cliche, but a roller coaster ride.
I'm overjoyed and I'm blessed. That's all I can say.
All right, thank you, Nate. Congratulations.
All right.
That's not Hunter. Pete Hunter catches me by surprise. Pete Hunter falls on a football today. I'm like, Pete Hunter. The guy was going into what? A loan officer before this game?
Last week, and now here he is in a playoff game making a big play. What a day for him as well.
Yeah, Pete Hunter just getting the job done. And, you talk about that. You talk about, we joked around on the Holmgren Show last weekend about how Mike was going to have to go shopping through gas stations and 7-Elevens looking for guys to play defensive back. But today, everybody stepped up in that secondary.
They really did, and that's what you kind of asked for. You just don't know what you're going to get.
I don't know, Duke boy.
We're on campus. College Game Day, driven by State Farm. This Saturday, 11 a.m. on ESPN, 8 p.m. on ESPN.
Last Monday, I was out of a job, man. I was back home, considering another career. But now I'm back, man. And it means so much to me, man, because I used to play with them guys, man. A lot of them guys still are good friends, And, man, guys like Keith Davis, man, I'm still really good friends with him, man. He always told me to keep my spirits up, man. And it just so happened we played each other, We're the same number.
What were you thinking on their botched field goal? You and Romo, and you were in town the whole time. You saw the momentum and all that. Yeah. Did your heart go out to him a little bit, knowing that he's responsible at the end for not getting that hold down?
Oh, yeah, man. As part of being a young quarterback, man, he's going to go through some tough times, man. There's a lot of pressure on him, man. My hat goes off to him, man. He led that team to the playoffs, man, and he made the Pro Bowl. So my hat goes off to him.
All right, guys, get him inside.
Pete Hunter, obviously very emotional and very excited. Next to the Cowboys facility.
Yeah, he sees the facility every day. He comes out of his front door because he lives up on a hill, so he can walk down on the facility. And he was actually at the Dallas Cowboy Detroit game last week, rooting on his former team because he has a lot of friends on that team. Now he's playing against them the next week in the playoffs. That's the way.
That's right. Land of opportunity.
Yes, it is.
All right. We'll take a break here on the Mike Holmgren Show. Much more from the players, and the coach will join us in a few. Stay with us.
In this age,
and a botched field goal attempt that could have won it for the boys. That would seem to be the end of the story, except you really can't have the end of a Cowboy story, end of a Cowboy season, end of a Cowboy game, end of a Cowboy anything without hearing from Terrell Owens. I'm sure he's ready to speak.
Yeah, you think he's ready now, huh? Again, you got to hear from three people, really. We heard from Bill Parcells already here on SportsCenter. You want to hear from Tony Romo on the botched snap. And Terrell Owens apparently came out to the podium to address the media, did not say a word, we're told, for about 60 seconds, left the podium, then had a second thought, came back, and here's what he had to say.
Man, I just told him just, not to hang his head. He's made a lot of plays for us, and, that one play, don't get too down on yourself and get consumed with that one play, because there were definitely a number of other opportunities during the course of the game and should have never come down to that one play. And I just told him just hang in there. That's the only words of advice that I could give him. He was definitely in tears, and I told him, I'm here if he needs me. And it's tough. It's definitely tough for everyone. I think we fought our way to get back in the ball game. Definitely had an opportunity to win it at the end. For whatever reason, it just didn't happen.
Terrell, you ever console this player that much because he really took that long?
No, and I really feel bad for him. And especially when it comes down to a field goal, definitely to put us ahead. I can't imagine what he's going through, but time with it.
You feel bad for him, but where are you at? Where's number 81 right now?
I feel like him. I feel like crying. We just didn't get it done. I think the defense, they did a good job of allowing us to create some opportunities on offense, and offensively we just didn't get it done.
Why do you think that was? Why do you think you weren't able to take advantage of the quarterback situation they had?
I couldn't tell you. I can't say. I don't have any words. Everyone knows that, they had some corners that hadn't been playing in a while, had some guys come off the street. For whatever reason, we didn't take advantage of those opportunities, and it's just we tried to make the most of it. I definitely felt like with Julius making Burson getting a big chunk of yardage at the end of the ball game, definitely felt like it was definitely in our favor to put this game away, or definitely go ahead and lean on our defense to hold them. But just one of those things, man. It just didn't happen for us. All we gotta do now, can't do nothing now but regroup. Come back next year and shoot for it again. Right now it's over. There's nothing else that we can say, do at this point. The game's over. Missed opportunities. I think our team played hard. We fought, kept ourselves in the game. Miles Austin made a big play on kickoff return, and we gave ourselves some opportunities. We just didn't seize it, to put it away when we needed it to.
Did Terry take his play hard on the safety? Did he help him get back in?
I really didn't pay attention as to what his reaction was to it, and that play alone, you got guys trying to make plays, and for whatever reason, it just didn't happen.
If you didn't know Terrell Owens' background, and you just heard him there for the first time, he sounds like an all-world teammate. I mean, consoling
guy, hurt, yeah.
Tony Romo. And if you look at the video again on Romo, he doesn't botch the snap. He botches the place. He goes to the mistake comes in.
Terrell Owens also didn't sound like a guy who was going anywhere. Sounds like he was going to stick around, come back next year, and be a Dallas Cowboy. Well, we hope to hear from his quarterback presently. He has finally come out to meet with the media, dried up the tears. What does Tony Romo have to say about the play that cost him the game?
Nothing is impossible. It's a dirty word, a challenge dismissed, a rip and a shred. Gravity is my slave. I don't get air, I take it. I drop jaws, I shake boots, I destroy pipes. I collect precious metals. I don't just land tricks, I invent them. Winter X Games 11, it only happens here. January 25th through the 28th, live on ESPN and ABC. Presented by Jeep.
Every time I see her passing by, all I do is hang my head and cry.
The totally new Jeep Compass with 30 miles per gallon on the highway. It's freedom in a whole new dimension.
Here's what.
The numbers are in, and the numbers tell the story. Once again, you've made Pierre Money Mart the state's #1 special financial deal. Over 3,000 new and used vehicles to choose from, plus tremendous financing options. Start the new year off right in the car or truck you really want. Pierre Money Mart can help when others can't. That's why they're #1. So if you want to be treated like #1, then go #1. Log on to PierreMoneyMart.com or call
800-800-8553, where your car credit is guaranteed.
If you spend 1/3 of your life in bed, then don't you deserve the world's best mattress sets by Serta? Hi, I'm Ashley from America's Mattress, and this week we are our New Year's Super Sale, where you can get any premium mattress by Serta and get the box spring for free. This is your opportunity to save big. So hurry down to your local America's Mattress today and invest in the best rest of your life. Savings you can sleep on.
America's Mattress.
Good night.
Reception, there was a drive, there was the catch. Don't you worry, this play will be nicknamed shortly than us. Here's Tony Romo addressing the media.
I'm not sure. I didn't catch the ball and I didn't get it down. I don't know. It happened pretty quick. I didn't get the ball down, and it obviously cost us the game.
Our team says you're one of the best snappers, forwards that we've had. Never watched, never anything like that. So how weird is that? Has that never happened to you?
I can't remember, the last time, I guess. It hurts bad right to think about, just because I know how hard everyone in that locker room worked to get themselves in position to win that game today, and for it to end like that, and for me to be the cause is very it's very tough to swallow right now.
Did you take any consolation in stories shared with you in the locker room at all afterwards about having to make mistakes to get better?
I don't take much consolation right now. I'm just, I take responsibility for messing up at the end there, and that's my fault. And, I cost the Dallas Cowboys a playoff win, and it's going to sit with me a long time.
A lot of teams have, Seattle, for instance, has a punter holding. A lot of teams have a backup quarterback. Are you the right guy for the job? It means that you have such a workload on the field.
I've never thought about it before. We've never had a problem with it, so I don't know that. I guess I was always under the impression that I'd like to be the guy doing it just so that you felt good about it, but obviously that didn't turn out that way tonight.
In terms of backup stuff, is this in your mind? I mean, is it just the worst way to possibly end the season for you?
I don't know that I've ever felt this low, at any point. So, I don't know. It's,
I think once you picked the ball up and started to run, did it seem like you thought you could get to
when I started to move, I felt like there was a chance, but I didn't make take it, I guess. I didn't see who got me or anything. I felt like there was a chance for a second, but
So as soon as that play was over, your hands kind of went to your leaves and shot.
it's a good word for it. You practice a lot of things and you think a lot of things, dictate the outcome of a game, and you don't normally think that that's going to be a cause of it. And it's very disappointing. I apologize to all my teammates and all the fans who rooted us on out there today and this year. I take responsibility for this season coming to an end early tonight.
A humbled Tony Romo facing the music in Seattle tonight. I can't think of an athlete in any sport in recent memory who shot to stardom the way he did and then wound up being so low come the end of the season. A meteoric rise and fall.
Fortunately, young guy back, probably has good career in front of him. Just the 15th one-point decision in NFL playoff history, the last 2002, 39-38. The 49ers beat the Giants in that, of course. Trey Junkin, snap, pass interference, not called. Apparently, if you're going to win by one or lose by one, handle your business on the snap.
And so often you want the quarterback handling the football. He's the guy. Right? He's the guy, the good hands guy, and he's the guy handling the snap there. Good. Tony Romo, Pro Bowl quarterback, by the way. That will be his next game for Romo.
Maybe heal some things up, huh?
I would think.
Might have that effect.
College basketball for you. Top-ranked UCLA, not for long. 17th ranked Oregon today. UCLA 14-0 this season. Best start since 72-73. Watch Chamberlain Oguchi.